performance here because, man, his group stage was the upset.
Yeah, absolutely. He managed to take out an absolute champion in TH. In fact, he relegated him to less than top 8. TH didn't make it into the next round, into the quarterfinals. To everyone's big surprise, the two favorites there, TH and Focus, both dropped out. And Colorful and Michael were the ones to make it through. LawLiet came into Group D as one of the big favorites, but started off with a big shock for him in the beginning of the group stage. He got 3-0'd by Fly in a matchup where shortly before, LawLiet looked invincible. He still managed to clutch it out in the end with wins against WFZ and SOC, but was pretty damn close, man. It was a 2-1 and a 2-1 each, respectively. So LawLiet made into the top 8 with basically a negative map score.
Yeah, in the middle of the group stage, LawLiet was calling me, saying, "Oh man, I can't advance. It's gonna be so hard. I have to 3-0 SOC." That was after his defeat by Fly. But yeah, turns out things weren't too bad for him, as the other players in the group all got 3-0'd by Fly as well. So the Chinese org definitely the dominator, and then LawLiet was the one in a, what was it, 1 hour match at the last day of the group stage to make it. Yeah. That was so close against SOC. It was so heartbreaking to see that SOC had this little bit of an advantage but couldn't go all the way. Man, we had a great group stage.
Yeah, that insane game on Terranos stand where LawLiet once again shows us how the Warden can be played on the highest level of the world, where we thought Warden nowadays doesn't deal well anymore with the Terranos meta, as the tanks will come in, and you know the tanks are supposed to be the answer to the Warden, but she did it in the hands of LawLiet by herself. Today, though, this is going to be looking probably quite a bit different. LawLiet's favorite lady, the Warden, not really playable in Night of Mirror, but it has happened before. I haven't seen it in a while.
I was about to interrupt you there, Remo. Of course, we had this, it was a cup final, I'm pretty sure.
It was LawLiet versus Moon, best of 5 grand final in...
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
What was the tournament again? LawLiet had a 2-1 lead, and then Moon turned it around. Yeah, Moon countered him with his own Warden on Twisted.
Exactly, it was Echo Isles where LawLiet pushed the Warden, and then Moon defeated him on Twisted. That was sick times. So it's definitely possible. What Colorful, more of an, like, if he has the chance, he would go for Demon Hunter Bears all the time, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that should make him quite predictable. Colorful will absolutely not play the Warden here. Although he's very good with Warden against Human, he has become very good with her there, but I would very much doubt her here. Demon Hunter Bears Naga standard. Still a strategy that he much favors on specific maps, even sometimes today against Human. What are those maps? Well, Echo Isles for certain, Concealed Hill for certain, and I would say Amazonia also for certain. And we're going to see which maps we get to here. As you said, best of 5. This series will, of course, not fully be played, but first to 3 maps makes it
true. And system of the group stage is changing a little bit. Makes no sense to play all 5. I mean, if you're eliminated here and have to play map 4 and 5, dude, I can only imagine what kind of clownery comes out of that system. But no, first to 3 is in the WCG semi-finals. Oh yeah, baby. It's getting hot, Remo.
Can't wait, dude. It's time to start these matches. Looking fresh, looking clean, just like our Korean castle with the new glasses. Did you see that, by the way? Hot.
There we go. First quarterfinal of the tournament. It's China versus Korea, the theme of the tournament. Who's gonna prevail? LawLiet. He was so disappointed in Xi'an when Hawk made it into the semi-final and not him. Time to change that this time. No Hawk here in the tournament to prevent his top 4 performance.
All right. Our first map here, Terranos Stand. Might be a long affair, a long macro game, 2 base, not too rare to see over here. This map naturally built for defensive play with a bridge setup, with a shop close to your base, bases close together. This is the #1 defensive expansion 2 base map. And what do you mostly like to play with that? If we look towards Moon, he likes playing a lot of Demon Hunter Dryads, Mass Dryads here in Tier 2 expansion. LawLiet, is he really gonna bust out the Warden? Is it already crazy time on map 1? No. Demon Hunter it is.
Okay,
Versus
Demon Hunter on both sides. No bottom, just the standard hero. And then we can buckle up for some bear action with Zeppelin. I think that's going to be very, very likely. The walking distance between the two bases is rather big on Terrana's stand, but you know, oh, a little bit of a break. But you know, you can take a shortcut with the Zeppelin, and especially for pushing expansions, that is really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Bear is always helpful for creeping. You don't rely on Ancient of War so much. You can make use of Reju to heal up. And the corners of the map, bottom left and top right, there's a lot of creeps, valuable experience and items to pick up, but also quite a bit of damage if the creeps return. So Bears will help there a lot more with creeping. Creeping those camps, for example, with hunts would be a complete nightmare. Plus, also, it's so hard to attack the opponent's base that Huntress's bottom don't seem to make that much sense here on this map. Bottom hunts was very, very, very popular on Night of Mirror, where we saw it seemingly exclusively pretty much every single game. Nowadays has been relegated more to certain maps, like Concealed, like Amazonia, but I feel like the bottom and hunts is being pushed more and more out of the meta again, especially thanks to players like Colorful, who will... whenever he can play Demon Hunter, seems like he will play. In the past, we saw him, for example, on Echo Isles going up against Moon. And LawLiet, when they were playing Bottom Hunts Expo, he would always go with the Demon Hunter Bear push, oftentimes with the Tinker. And that was quite often also successful. You resume our game here. Hopefully, players won't be plagued by ping here too much. And we're going to see the first creep camp starting off. Builds are mirrored. Question is, are they both going to rush to Bears right away, or will someone throw in an earlier expansion?
That was the case in the old Keeper days, right? It was instant expansion on Terranas all the time. And then there was the first push, and then the game was over after 5 minutes for whoever loses that expansion. That was wild times.
Or they kind of play passively, hold on to it, and we have 8 Mountain Giants versus 8 Mountain Giants.
Oh man.
Wasn't that beautiful?
That's my absolute favorite forever, Remo.
Dude, if you play 8 MGs versus 8 MGs, and you have level 6 Keeper, that's just a never-ending fight.
Yep.
What's that movie called again? The Never-Ending Story with the dog dragon Fuhua?
The dog dragon, dude. Have a little respect for Fuhua and the trio.
Wait a minute, it's a dragon that looks like a dog, is it not?
Yeah, but you know, he's an ancient being, you know? He's mystic. You can't just the dog dragon like he's something you find on the street.
Dude, that movie terrified me as a kid. But as you
everything
know,
terrified you.
Everything terrified me as
your
a kid.
own shadow terrified you, dude.
True. So, Demon here, meeting in the middle. Definitely better items for LawLiet. Got the Slippers and the Invul. Whereas on the other side, we have Mana Steel and Double Cloak. They do not stack. Do you think they should stack? Like, if you have Double Cloak, the fade time is faster?
I think if you have a Double Cloak, you should be revealed, because minus and minus is plus.
Oh, true. You're a math wizard, Neo. How could I forget?
I'm a genius. I know, man. Mana burns are pretty decent, but that's just a little skirmish here. We're warming up for the big fights. Just contesting for level 3 items.
That reveal. Do you remember that in Reign of Chaos there used to be Gem of True Sight, and when you had it, you would see everything around you?
Yes. It's
so
like in
strong.
Dota.
Way too strong. Do you remember how expensive that was?
No clue.
Yeah, me neither. I think I started playing actual Warcraft 3 in 2009, so you know, I'm more on the younger side of things. So
yeah.
Way before my time. Strong inventory now for LawLiet. Nicely stat boosted up over here on the Demon. Colorful Patient, sitting here in the shadows. His Double Cloak does still reveal him. Does still not reveal him. That's what I wanted to say.
It's a weird situation. But might be favor LawLiet as he's so good in multitasking and creeping multiple spots at the same time. So yeah, his Demon Hunter is not directly close to the creep camp. But he might be able to do it anyway, but Colorful sniffs this out.
Yeah, could be a painful creepjack over here, but LawLiet does have the stronger Demon Hunter. One of the Berserkers here quite hurt already, but this Ancient of War will be going down. Everything else seems to be surviving perhaps, but the Ancient of War is lost. That means LawLiet will be extremely reliant on his bear rejuvenation later on to creep. With that in mind, maybe it's in LawLiet's best interest here to keep on playing aggressively, as Colorful will probably be able to creep more easily. We have tier 2 now reached, and so begins the question of the second hero, Naga for mid-game tempo or Keeper for late-game prowess.
Alright. Naga it is, and he finds the Demon Hunter right away. What a timing! What an execution! Can he reach again? Yes, Town Portal out. That Naga paid off already.
Yeah, I feel like LawLiet goes for Naga almost always in Bear Mirror, right?
Yeah, it's very rare that you don't see it.
Yeah, values her presence early on tier 2, forcing that TP already worth something. I'm sure many of you out there have already seen plenty of bear doom drop games in the past. Load up Master Bears into the Zeppelin, 5 or 6, drop the enemy main, and just like that, you can oftentimes snipe a Tree of Eternity. And if your opponent doesn't have a TP, it's even easier to do.
Alrighty. Ultra Vision on Colorful's side. What's his second hero? Is he going? No, he's playing a Keeper, right?
Yeah. Playing Keeper, who's going to be the slower tempo hero, but will become very strong later on, which is always so weird. Because Thorn's Aura is such a weak spell or ability that we never see it anywhere. But in Bear Mirror, in this one niche scenario, it makes a big, big difference.
Yeah, even in other tournaments when we have so much melee units, like in sometimes Night Elf vs Orc tier 3, they don't switch it around. Nope, it's just exclusively this mirror match. And LawLiet finds him again, wants revenge for his killed Engine of War. Focuses on the units first, though. The Shadow Priest about to die, but Colorful is just turning this fight around.
LawLiet did hire the Shredder, though. That's a lot more damage. Shredder's getting blocked by the Ancient of War. He's not participating. That is not intentional, but working out for Colorful over here. Both players losing quite a few units over here. In the end, it will have to be Colorful running back home and probably losing the Ancient of War. Who that was better for is hard to tell.
Yeah. I think this wasn't as good for LawLiet as he expected it to be after seeing him, and of course with the Shredder being disabled. But yeah, these are not the crucial moments of the game. This is just a little back and forth, little creeping, preventing the opponent from finding some items.
A town is under siege.
And we're waiting for the Master Bears.
Gonna have that soon. Tier 3 finishing. Master Bears will be coming in. Orb of Venom, and oftentimes quite a few upgrades. In Night of Mirror and Bear Mirror, usually we're gonna be camping at 50 for quite some time, get in those upgrades, and then come into play the sneaky strats. Trying to go for a Zeppelin drop maybe, trying to distract with an empty Zeppelin, trying to get up an expansion unnoticed, trying to distract. I wonder who's gonna have the smarter idea of how to outsmart the opponent, and usually the answer for that would be LawLiet. So Colorful has to be aware of such attempts.
Indeed. LawLiet, one of the smartest player in the game, one of the 2 players that made it into this upper echelon of tier 1 Warcraft players, alongside 1-0, next to Moon, and Lin, and Fly, all the greats, you know. Healthstone here, Scroll of the Beast can of course be Soul. Demon Hunter damage is kind of the same. Little bit of an advantage for Colorful maybe. So what's next? Is it Zeppelin time? Is it Zapper time?
Looks like Zeppelin over here. LawLiet at the lab. Colorful smartly had a Wisp over there, so he's on notice now. And that must trigger him to definitely rebuy that TP now. Demon Hunter for him rejoins the army. I imagine he should have a TP. And there it is. There's a Zeppelin. LawLiet testing the waters. If the opponent doesn't have a TP, this could be doing tremendous damage. And he didn't buy one! Colorful!
Oh.
You saw LawLiet over there with the wisp! What?
LawLiet probably saw that Colorful had no TP after this first incident in the middle. He stabs one hero home and no panic. Absolutely not. The Demon Hunter is supposed to defend this alone while the rest of the army is walking back.
And it's kind of working out. The Demon Hunter with these super tanky items will hold the line here a little bit, but that costs the Ankh. That one is triggered. The thing is, there's not that many bears in the Zeppelin here yet, so I think that was pretty smart by Colorful, realizing it's not that big bear doom drop yet, just a few. So he actually could hold on to that TP, or rather not buy it. And I think he didn't even lose any wisps here, not too bad. Lost the Ankh, yes. And even kills off a Zep.
That didn't turn out as well as LawLiet wanted it to, and that's the second time I'm saying this. After the creep check on the lab, now this Zeppelin drop. Yeah, he got the Ankh, but that's pretty much about it. Archer killed now to free space for more bears. But yeah, what did he really accomplish? Not much.
He slowed down the game, I suppose. Slowed down creeping and bought time for his upgrades. The upside here, the advantage for LawLiet in the late game is he has the Shredder. He has effectively unlimited lumber, so he can easily rush to 3-3 if he's not under too much pressure before. And that's going to be hard for Colorful to keep up with. Looking at his upgrades, I think we haven't seen them yet, but for LawLiet, 2-1 I believe is in the works. And the more of those you get, the stronger the bears will be. And a bear mirror, these upgrades are of course crucially important.
That is very true and very wise, Mr. Remo Demo. If the matchup revolves around one unit, then the upgrade for that said unit are indeed important. And another creep jack. It seems like LawLiet knows exactly how Colorful is moving, but Colorful really doesn't care too much.
Demon Hunters fully burned each other dry, so no more mana burn now, meaning the second heroes will have lots of spells to use. And there the question is, who's going to have more impact? Is it the Keeper with the Entangle or the Naga with the Fog Lightning? Comes down to the Dryads, I suppose. And we can see only one Dryad on both sides, but full mana here for LawLiet. That means he's going to have 4 Dispels to use. The number of Abolishes you have is also very important. You want to get rid of Entangle and Redo, but sometimes one Dryad isn't enough for that. With a Roar, you can't really deal because it's too much Roar unless you bring Wisps, which can also be a big help.
And both are masters of doing that. In other matchups... Wait a minute. Ah, okay. A Hippogriff against possible future Zeppelin drops. And maybe a Talon or something. Reinforced hides already. That's 2-1.
And LawLiet's definitely getting ahead with upgrades here. He's going to be 2-1 versus 1-1 in a second, and Colorful has pretty much no lumber anymore. This Shredder might be securing LawLiet the late game.
Yes. But of course, Colorful has the Thorns Aura remote. Don't underestimate the aura that strikes back. More upgrades here.
Absolutely. That will be very strong. Should be level 2 aura as well, I assume. Third attack upgrade coming in for LawLiet. Kind of classic Bear Mirror stage now. The map's been crept. Nobody wants to take a risk. Nobody's attacking into Moonwell. Would of course be a hard fight. Just sitting at 50, getting max upgrades. And LawLiet is like, great. I can afford 3-3 upgrades easily with my Shredder. I'm totally satisfied with this situation. Almost level 4 here on both Demon Hunters.
Alright.
Why didn't you sell the Talisman of Evasion?
Yeah, I was thinking the same.
Yeah, I just found it. I think we saw one earlier on the other side maybe, but yeah, he did sell it. Doesn't stack yet. This isn't Doter.
Doter! You can sell it for an Invo Potion or Heal Scroll or something. More upgrades on Colorful's side now as well. And we're gearing up for the super late game. Nobody really wants to break upkeep, as you said. But is one willing to produce some chimeras?
That has sometimes been seen in legendary games. LawLiet versus Shishi. Yeah, this really is, you know, this is right now the time where you're where you need to bust out the tricks, where you reach into your hat of tricks and come up with something smart to outwit your opponent. LawLiet usually a master at that. We have seen games where, for example, an Invis Demon Hunter blocks the entrance between the Moonwells so the army can't come in, a Zeppelin drop behind. Of course, those gyms you mentioned coming out of nowhere, where a Tree of Life, or no, a Tree of Ancient of Lore ate away into the forest so it couldn't be scouted. But yeah, unless you do something smart like that, it's kind of rough here to get ahead, because if you just push into the opponent's base and try to force a fight there, you're gonna be at a big disadvantage against the enemy Moonwells.
Yeah. You know what I'm curious about, Dreamo? I'm curious, why is nobody playing an Alchemist in Night of Mirror? Isn't that a great hero? Minus armor, heal spray, good damage. Damage over time.
Are you telling me you think that Acid Bomb is a pretty good spell?
Acid Bomb is an amazing spell. And heal spray in Mirror.
Yeah, maybe. Problem is, though, when he gets burned, he doesn't do much anymore. I think that's the big concern with whatever heroes you play.
You can't burn everything. But okay, yeah, that
I was also thinking for a while, might there not be a good third hero option? You know, I'm obsessed with triple hero, especially for Night Elf, as they haven't found the perfect fit there many matchups yet, it seems. But I guess here in this situation now, if you were to go for a third hero, there's absolutely no creeps left on the map. Yeah, I in the past thought, how about a Tinker? Just Tinker, throw a Pocket Factory, rally it in, and then the bears get confused on a click against goblins maybe. But yeah, so far I haven't seen anything look too good yet.
Ooh, LawLiet found a way through this Hippogriff. And now we go for the tree right away. Doom drop into Colorful's base, and his reaction is to take care of the upcoming expansion of LawLiet with a couple of units. Maybe the Demon Hunter only. Not too much surface area. But the Demon Hunter is sacrificing a lot of HP. LawLiet is killing the tree nonetheless, though. Oh, the Demon is not the one sound portaling. Dicey situation. So the planned expansion for LawLiet is down. Okay, but who cares if you kill the main tree of your opponent?
And what was that colorful? He saw that Zeppelin a mile away. He had the Hippo in position. He had easily 30 seconds where he saw the enemy army loaded up into the Zepp. Why didn't he just go back to the main and hug his own tree?
Not in cuddle mood today. He wanted to be a little more aggressive. But yeah, I totally agree. Maybe he thought he can control it again himself because he had the Keeper there and the bears, and
forces are under attack.
He was ready with everything but the Demon Hunter.
That was weird. That was weird. Colorful, and now he's miles and miles behind. And LawLiet sees, great! This game just became super easy. My opponent has to pretty much all in now. I just have to make army and hold on, and then I should win. But Colorful, actually, he's setting up the Tree of Life again. He is not going into this big push. He's faking a big push, though. And with that, he's trying to equalize the economy. But of course, it's not going to be equal really at all, because that's easily 3 minutes lost of mining time for Colorful.
Yeah, and with that, you can you can buy items. You can buy more bears, break upkeep, get the huge army. It's not going to be that easy. You can still fight with a supply disadvantage sometimes if you fight in a choke, for example. When you find a position like that, for example, bottom left, upper right, there are these chokes when only a limited numbers of bears can attack, can build the front row. That doesn't seem to be the case here. LawLiet a little too smart for that.
So, Colorful, which genius move can you pull off now? He wants to come in with his own Doom Drop. There's a Wisp there to spot that as well. No way. LawLiet, are you gonna make the same mistake, LawLiet? Seeing the Zeppelin but not respecting it?
Did he see it?
Yeah. He definitely saw the Keeper with the Wisp, so it's very oh my god, no way.
But
no way!
LawLiet has a town portal, doesn't he?
That's not necessarily enough, though. That's 6 bears.
Dryads
Not sure if he
here.
has Nature's Blessing.
Alrighty. Shredder is in for the defense. Bear doesn't really care. It's just a base race.
It's so weird. All right, LawLiet going for the enemy main. Trio of Eternity is surviving for some time. Looks like he does have Nature's Blessing. Now will be lost. And it's just a straight up base race. Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's kill the buildings. Sure. Haven't had a real fight yet this game outside of that one creep jack, I guess. Okay, colorful TP zone. It's gonna try to take a fight with his Moonwells.
No TP on LawLiet's side, but a 20-30 food advantage here. That should give him a big edge in this base race, in the fight. Colorful backed into a corner. Not much space to micro. There is 2 buildings outside the base for LawLiet. So he's making sure, or he was making sure, that even if he's losing the base, he has some backup there.
Yeah, the Moonwells here not going to provide anything for Colorful anymore. They've almost all been lost or are dry. LawLiet with a way bigger army, 2 upgrades ahead as well. But he's playing this patiently, not overstepping.
But what is the play? What can possibly be the way out of this choke? Colorful is supply stuck, can never catch up. I think LawLiet even has the resources for another tree. Oh no, he's completely broke.
Yeah, if Colorful can push this back and hold on to the rest of his base, he has income still.
Yeah, but he needs 2, 3, 4, 5 Moonwells to even supply.
Yeah, I guess he needs to pick off one bear after the next, but it's so hard to do against so much reju. And now LawLiet is going in.
Big bear fight. Alright, shop is gone for Colorful. Someone losing a hero. It looks like the Demon Hunter of Colorful is hitting the deck very, very soon. One time staff out, but you see it. The Concave is insane. Scroll Protection, not dispelling against it. Colorful is throwing everything in this defense. Maybe the Thornsora is helping a little bit, but I guess the Scroll Protection is evening this out. More and more buildings are falling. More and more bears are falling. The Fog Lightning is helping, of course, as well. And here come the Ancient of War to close things out. That's the moment for Colorful to tap it out. Map number 1, Terranas stand, goes to LawLiet.
Alright, classic Terranas game. Demon, bears, creeping, turtling, and then doom drop, and that's kind of it. It's not the most flashy of all Night of Mirrors, but in some cases, on some maps, that's how we do it. And I still can't believe that Colorful just left his tree undefended. He saw that Zeppelin with his hippo. That's why he made the hippo. That was his purpose. He fulfilled his purpose, and then he didn't care about it. That hippo must have felt like the biggest idiot. He was like, guys, he's here. Be careful. Go back home. Protect our homeland. Protect our wives and our children. Go back home. And then they're just sitting out there having a barbecue in the middle of the bridge. What was that?
Yeah, they didn't quite listen to him, did they? Oh boy, yeah. The messenger was not taken serious, but maybe he can learn from that mistake. I think he just underestimated his army, or felt a little too late, or was a little too late, and thought he would be faster, or underestimated the damage of LawLiet. One big miscalculation by Colorful, and that's the game. Next one, Amazonia.
And that one could be very different, but doesn't have to. Depends on the players. Some players out there still try Demon Hunter Bears. I would imagine Colorful is one of those players, but many other Night Elves out there, especially the Koreans, also like playing Podem Hunts, which can certainly be very strong on that map. You can play the Podem with Hunts, you can control the map, and if you want to, you can even go creep up the whole map and even go Bears with the Podem, like Moon did to Neutron at DreamHack Anaheim.
Oh yeah, that's a little counterintuitive, but you know, the Moon makes it work. Yeah, curious here now, Amazonia. For such a long time, it was the #1 bear map next to Terranas. Things have shifted quite a bit, and I wonder where the meta lies in Asia now.
Good question.
We're gonna see in about 2 minutes, Remo, as we load in to map number 2 from one of the bigger maps in the pool to the smallest map in the pool. 1-0 for LawLiet. We get our overlay back. Really well done, production. There we go. We got Colorful in the upper right. We got LawLiet in the bottom left.
So, Ancient of War to start things off. The creep, of course, here too juicy, really, to give up. Unless you're OC, then you're still gonna go Keeper Hunts opening on this map, but in any other case, you should be going for an Ancient of War creep here. Speaking of Keeper Hunts, by the way, there has been a bit of a resurgence, both in Europe and in Asia, of the Keeper Hunt strategy. With the Bottom Hunts, there's a lot of pressure coming out early, and if you manage to get the Keeper up to a decent level, you can fight off the Bottom in many cases fairly well, if there's not always perfect wisps from the opponent to dispel the entangle. Is that going to be the case here? 3 heroes are possible. It's Demon Hunter for Colorful. That does not surprise me. What's LawLiet going to play?
Demon Hunter again. So both are going a very, very standard route. Pretty much the entire series so far.
Yeah. And that is the moving away from the Bottom Hunts that we mentioned earlier. We see it on fewer and fewer maps nowadays. So with AZ here not showing us Bottom Hunts, I guess the only contenders left are CH and maybe Twisted, but Twisted has been vetoed.
What about LR?
LR is normally always Demon Hunter. You can creep Claws pretty well, you can creep the Shop pretty well. Archers work out well there for creeping. It's pretty narrow as well, normally pretty good defensively. So it might just be Demon Bears almost all the way through. Would still love to see Talons return, but you don't really see that much of it against Bears anymore.
Okay, creeping starts ring for Colorful in the very, very good Lightning Shield. Pretty much perfect execution, but the one a little happier about the first drop is LawLiet, who goes for Claws. Mantle, alright. But yeah, could be a very similar match now compared to Terraner stand, with a tier 3 rush, a little bit of skirmishes in between, and then big bear fights.
Yeah, absolutely. On tier 2, I imagine on this map we're gonna see double Naga. Because if you don't go Naga but rather Keeper, you're gonna be giving up both Kobold camps in the middle, which is really painful. Your opponent might be getting 2 claws where you're then left with nothing. Doesn't feel good. For that, the tech timing is gonna be very important. Should be very even between the two. Dude, as if I was mind controlling the cameraman. There we go. LawLiet is a little bit ahead of the tier 2 tech, so he's gonna have his Naga a little bit faster.
Alright. What's the next player? Trying to LawLiet is trying to creep. Oh, is he? No, just chasing Wisp. Coming in with the block. Oh, almost perfect.
Oh, is he going for boots?
Yeah, looks like it, right? Circlet. Okay.
You know, I love boots, Neo.
I know.
Almost every situation, but in Bear Mirror, the later it goes, the less it really does. It's not like you can dart in and out so much and burn so much valuable mana. Against Undead, it is vitally important. But here in Bear Mirror, it's all about stats. You want to get upgrades, you want to get claws, you want to get levels. It's like Bruno at the International. It's all about stats.
Ah, that Bruno. For a second, I thought about the Thasha Baron Cohen character. I was like, hey, why is he about stats? Anyway. More arches this time by Colorful, right?
4 here so far, yeah. 4 to 5 is kind of the standard, depending on how much you want to creep in the mid game, and depending on how many archers you want to carry over to the late. Of course, they're not going to be faring so well against bears, but for mid game tempo, still important. And I think on this map, this is a very important factor, not to be underestimated. Decent amount of archers and Naga then later on, and a bit of a creep jack here coming in for Colorful. Oh, blocked by the archers, very nice block. And that He did get the experience, right? Yeah, he did. Okay. And gets out with another cloak.
Okay. Also for LawLiet, more archers this time as his engine of war didn't get killed. So a little bit more range damage, a little bit faster creeping. And again, the Naga for LawLiet. Will Colorful for the second time in a row go for this keeper? No. It's Naga Mirror.
Yeah. Colorful realizes if he doesn't go Naga here, he's losing too much of the map. And LawLiet creeping the little troll camp here, actually. With that, willingly giving up his own Taskmaster. That's a little questionable. Maybe triggered by the fact that his Demon Hunter was lower HP and he didn't want to go back to the Woundwells just yet. But that's Colorful getting one Taskmaster. If he gets the other, that's a pretty damn good mid-game for the Chinese. And LawLiet here is Creeper out, a little backfiring on him.
That's more creeping here for Colorful. And what's LawLiet doing? I mean, the big spots are still in the corners where you can fight the Vamp Aura, and that seems to be a big priority to him. Could make a pit stop at the shop, but not happening. Colorful is scouting for an expansion and isn't punching distance. There's not too many spots left where LawLiet can be. But okay, he focuses on the consumable, on the 6 o'clock, probably.
It's not that easy to creep. He would take a lot of damage on the Demon Hunter if he goes there. Experience-wise, by the way, Colorful quite a bit ahead, but he's now been walking a lot across the map without actually creeping anything. He's bottom right at the Merc Camp. That one he has to take now. Flute for LawLiet. For a certain amount of time, while archers are still there, that's going to be helpful. Later on, not so much.
Level 3. And now what's Colorful gonna get? Devotion and Vamp Aura. The dream. Ring,
Some very bad items for Colorful.
He is very tanky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be helpful. If bears are on A-click, the
Yeah.
Demon Hunter can tank a lot of that damage away. But normally Demon Hunter is kind of running around, throwing out mana burns, being on the side, spreading the orb, so normally he's not getting attacked that much. But I guess Colorful Pass with his inventory may want to position himself more in the center. So it could be helpful. But yeah, 2 claws and Scourge Bone Chimes, I think he may have preferred.
Yeah, 2 claws would be great indeed. So now it's about consumables. Also here, very, very good items like a heal potion, like an invo potion. Other items, Growth the Beast, not so great.
It's gonna be the Nagas reaching level 3 here, at least for LawLiet, I believe.
That's a pretty powerful Fork Lightning. You know me, I love myself some Fork Lightning.
Score of the Beast. Well,
Oh, wow.
that is of not too much use.
Potion of
Heal
Greater
potion.
Healing. That is one of the best.
Don't leave it. Okay, Demon Hunter comes to pick it up.
He's
All
not
right,
Spiral.
once again, we're creeping up the map pretty swiftly. But on this map, there's one big creepjack opportunity in the late game, which is at the red camps. LawLiet is going for it really early. So early that Colorful might perhaps not expect it at this time.
There's a scout coming though. On the right hand side. Oh, he's walking into the creeps! And
Oops.
that's no scout. That would have been the play. That would have been the creepjack. And now it's just a unit dying to creeps and a red spot for his opponent.
Oh, that creepjack would have been so sick.
Yeah.
LawLiet is so hurt here. He would have had to retreat. This would have gone over to Colorful. LawLiet, though, with a greedy creep, it works out. A little lucky not to get scouted. And gets rewarded with, yeah, that cloak is pretty good.
Oh my. Yeah, you're always standing in the front row. That's where the cloak does damage. Okay, creepjack now. More experience here though. But yeah, the big one is gone. Big experience also. We do have a heal scroll on Colorful's side. Can he just push? It's so hard to push into the base though. That's something you never, ever, ever, ever want.
Yeah, I like that trade though by LawLiet. He made use of his archers while he could and traded them for a red camp. At some point you want to rotate them out anyways. And now it's going to be purely bears and dryads. So his army should be stronger here for LawLiet, especially if he manages to get to the archers in the back.
Yeah, 2 archers are 1 bear, and Colorful still has 5, I think. So in a straight-up fight, LawLiet will definitely be the stronger one, but Colorful looks like he wants these combat items, making sure that LawLiet can't go to the shop.
If the archers are protected, though, they do still good damage from the back. Lots of damage on the Demon Hunter right away. LawLiet taking a bit of a beating here at the start of the fight. It's going to be forced into the heal potion very, very soon. We have some illusions as well on the field. Heal potion is used. Still lots of damage on this Demon Hunter. Jesus Christ. He wishes he had the rings, and the belt has to be staffed out now. Will heal up at the Moonwells, but the bears will be starting to fall here for Colorful. And then there's open season on these archers in the back. Wisp coming in for some detonate as well, but so many bears for LawLiet about to drop. Going for the enemy Demon Hunter now, but there's an invul potion on Colorful's first hero. Bears low everywhere, being microed back nicely. I think almost no bears have fallen yet. The Demon Hunter in trouble again. LawLiet needs to be careful, but now the archer's going deep in and going into danger.
44 HP only. Colorful, are you taking this? Man, Fork Lightning onto the archers. They do have resistance against this, and at the end of the day, it's the bears of LawLiet standing tall. Huh? 40 supply against 42, but that is only archers and a dryad.
How is the moon juice for Colorful so low? When did he... Huh? I thought he was out on the map all this time, but I guess he must have heavily healed up earlier. We kind of missed that. It's nighttime now. We're gonna have the moon juice regenerating.
Maybe the wisps at home are secret alcoholics and they were stealing from the moon juices.
They damaged each other and then they healed up again. Asking for the Ancient of War. Give me a smack, bro. Give me a smack.
It's a rough night at Colorful Town.
Very important here to have Wellspring. It's a very, very important upgrade, as all the Night Elves keep telling me all the time. One of the few things that Night Elf has, by the way, is Wellspring upgrade. According to the Night Elf.
Yeah, very few. It is a cool upgrade, for sure. Different upgrade coming as well. Colorful, what do? Creepjack, Fight, or Red Spot? Red Spot would be very, very ambitious. And now we got the Wand of Illusion on LawLiet, and we saw how much damage that is able to soak up. Especially if the bears are on A-click.
Both again at 50 supply. More upgrades will be coming. 1-1 here, we see it for Colorful. Who still has 3 archers, which now really aren't the best anymore. 0-1 upgrades for LawLiet, by the way, so he's down by 1 upgrade.
Big fight
Tanky
over this
boy.
red spot. Yeah. Indeed, he's one of the tankiest demon hunters I've seen. 12 armor.
12.6 armor, 20% evasion, 1100 HP. That EHP must be around 2000 or something.
More upgrades pretty much at the same time. Colorful is a little more aggressive in this entire series, right? Like, if LawLiet attacks, it's more these cheeky Zeppelin plays and all. Straight up? Rather not. Is that showing some confidence? If you
I
want
think he also
to
knows he's a
engage?
little ahead in this game. The hero levels reflected, the upgrades reflected a little bit. I wonder if it's worth to go into upkeep to claim that red camp.
I mean,
Even if
he
you
can
do-
still kill 6 supply or something. How many archers he even got? Maybe 8. Ribbit. Frog killed by Cloak of Flames. How brutal.
Vicious. A little more experience here for the Naga. She is about to be level 4 here as well for Colorful. But I think the level 4 Demon Hunter advantage is the more impactful one. You can just play him like a frontline #1 tank. Like a juggernaut. And there we go. LawLiet, Colorful, I mean. Going into upkeep now. More upgrades coming. And with 2 bears more, maybe 4 bears more, I imagine we will be trying to go for that red camp. But with the Grand Golem Slam coming in, with the Creepjack coming in,
Yeah.
that can turn painful very quick.
With the map being so small and with the right-hand side being crept already, it's really hard to make that work and to find the time. Colorful knows there's one objective left on the map if you exclude expansions, and he will just be going for it.
LawLiet could expand that is natural and then distract down there, trying to take focus away from the red camp. But I guess Colorful could just set up a trio of, Ancient Protector or Ancient of War there then. He has a Wisp there to scout, so he's keeping tabs.
Both are breaking upkeep, but Colorful is slightly ahead. 2 bears ahead, actually. And the scrolls ahead. At least a protection scroll. Nobody really has wisps here. Oh, Colorful does. It seems like the situation is getting better and better for the Chinese.
Yeah, in these late game scenarios, wisps have a big impact. These detonates against Roar can make or break a fight. Roar gives 25% additional damage. It's quite a bit on so many bears and heroes. Looking for the perfect engagement. LawLiet is coming in, and it seems like Colorful isn't exactly ready for this flank. The Archer's far in the front, but LawLiet doesn't want to overstep. He's going to fall back. A little hesitant here himself is the Korean, and now it's Colorful on the chase.
7 to 8 bears. Okay, can we get the perfect concave? We got a Fork Lightning Roar summon on both sides. Scroll protection as well. But LawLiet with the Wisp flank on the right-hand side. Can they be sniped or can he detonate against the scroll? Oh, he's forgetting about that Wisp. Nobody's focusing them. There we go. And with that, he's getting closer in supply and taking the lead now.
Colorful did a great job there with his Demon. He was tanking so many of these bears at the beginning of the fight. He even had Regen running for quite some time, where the Dispel didn't come out from the Dryad for a really long time. Supply-wise, we're still very even over here. Scrolls have been used. Healing is low. Bears are all dropping lower and lower. But LawLiet has to fall back, and he's got more bears going down. This raid boss Demon Hunter has soaked up so much of the damage.
Everything's so healthy for Colorful. This definitely looks like the equalizer. LawLiet staying a little bit too long. It's of course super hard to disengage out of this fight. It's pretty much a 100% commitment. Now his Demon Hunter is dropping very, very, very low. Staff out last second, but can't use it on the bears anymore.
And we see it in the experience now. Colorful's getting closer to level 5 Demon Hunter. He got so much experience from this fight. Probably gonna get another bear. Oh no, that one gets staffed out actually. These 3 archers somehow still alive. I guess they were protected by the front line. Now some of them are going down. LawLiet is at 50 supplies still. Colorful only slightly ahead anymore suddenly.
Wow.
A lot of units hurt.
Yeah,
if he can go back.
If he can get close to them, okay, staff on the archer. There were 2 dryads with absolutely 0 HP.
Oh, LawLiet actually gets the red camp. Damn.
Is he though? This still takes some time, and Colorful's close. I'm not too sure, dude. He's committing.
Back. The granite.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Okay, he gets it.
What's the item? Hood of Cunning.
Meh.
Man, 10 minutes of stalling for the Hood of Cunning? Really?
I could have found so many amazing items here. Every aura would have been insane. But yeah, he gets the hood. At least it's not a crystal ball, right? So, you know, bit of edgy.
Oh yeah, that was once a thing, right?
Yeah, for more than 10
Wow.
years. Crystal ball used to drop at that camp.
I forgot about that, dude. I already blacked out that fact from my mind.
Another heal scroll here. For LawLiet. Colorful doesn't have heal scroll. He's pushing his luck a little bit here. Into the enemy base against the Moonwells. LawLiet should pounce on this, should he not?
Rather low moon juice, I guess. Shop control by Colorful now. I think that's what he wanted to establish. But LawLiet got the heal scroll, got the protection.
LawLiet about to hit Naga level 5, by the way.
Yes.
Coming in with the big zaps.
Yes. Also 2 staffs compared to 1. It's a little advantages for the Korean now. Will he engage into this?
LawLiet way more mana on his Demon Hunter. We see roars coming out on both sides. LawLiet's front line of bears doesn't have roar though. Big mistake by the Korean right here. But perhaps it's more about the Demon Hunter right now. Getting focused is LawLiet's first hero. No invul on him. Has to be staffed out. Naga reaches level 5. Doesn't have the mana though, seemingly. Wisp coming in for the detonate as well. So the roar on the enemy side has also been reduced. Supply-wise, once again, very even. But once again, LawLiet has to fall back. Seems to have lost a little bit more, waiting for his first hero to return.
Ooh, that Dryad can't be staffed out anymore. Goes for the bear instead. 4-5 and 5-3. Demon Hunter level 5-4. Naga not level 5. So close in every regard. Colorful has a 10 supply lead now, though, after this fight.
What to do with it, though? It's not like you can push so easily into the enemy main. First, Colorful has to heal up. LawLiet will, of course, be going back up to 50 supply. Expanding could be an option, but Lumber is pretty low for that. Hard to play with this advantage.
Yeah. Until the mains run out, LawLiet can easily sit in his base.
The last two apprentice wizards get taken out. They were hoping they would survive this war and forgotten in the woods, but no.
Should have learned how to cast themselves invisible, but they didn't listen in school, so that's what you get.
Yeah, they're only level 1. What kind of spells do you think they know with only level 1?
Like Lumos or something.
What's the one called from Harry Potter where you can lift a feather?
Ah, Expelliarmus or something?
Weren't you the Harry Potter fan?
Yeah, I'm very bad at Latin, though. And at remembering stuff. No, Expelliarmus is something different.
I guess you have to be higher level the heavier the object is.
Maybe you can
Although
lift it.
Yoda in Star Wars
Maybe
says
that's how the flying sheep was created.
by the apprentice wizards. Dude,
Yeah.
I like that. We should turn that into canon right away.
Amazonia lore, baby. Here you go. Heard it first. On back to Warcraft.
As Leviosa. That makes sense.
Ah, yeah.
Levity, yeah. So, mains run dry. Time for the Tree of Eternity to waddle on over. What's better? Level 5 Demon or level 5 Naga? Pushing into the enemy main against the Moonwells.
Well, that helped on Terranas. Invis Demon Hunter by Colorful, though, can burn the Naga.
Oh, that's so good.
That's really good. That's Fog Lightning gone. One of the most powerful AoE spells we got.
Is he getting surrounded, though?
No,
The
not
staff
by
is on
bears.
cooldown!
Oh my god.
That's a telestaff, though.
Telestaff. But that's a lot of HP. He's
Double
going for the
team
Demon
surround.
Hunter again.
Oh!
Knock! Oh!
Staff there as well.
And now what? He doesn't have a TP. Colorful has the perfect concave for 1 or 2 bears.
Oh, LawLiet taking so much damage here on the way back. The slow of the Dryads is painful.
What's the Demon
Naga.
Hunter doing? He was in the bottom right for a little.
Yeah, he was staffed back to the Tree of Eternity. Was going over to the natural. Need to heal up from the Moonwells first. Now he's coming back in. Supply-wise, still very even. Demon Hunter there in the north. Dropping lower and lower, by the way! Should be making it back, though.
If only he had a zap here. Level 5 dagger for Colorful. There's a little bit of mana, but getting burned right away. And now it's time to chase him. Demon Hunter big right clicks, obviously. But the Dryad is once again in for the rescue. Bear versus bear. If only there would be a heal scroll, man. That would probably decide the game. But so far, it's neck and neck fight. The Dryad is falling. Therefore, no Dispel. Oh, but there is still Dispel. Okay. And the neck and neck fight. Oh my god.
Super close. LawLiet close to hitting level 5 Demon Hunter, by the way.
Yeah, but Colorful is getting slowly but steady ready for Metamorphosis.
How's the Moon Juice looking? That's the big question here. Can LawLiet heal up well? I think it should be pretty damn dry.
Maybe some potions can help out, but he didn't mine for a long time. Okay, he has no gold. Colorful, can you commit to the Tree of Eternity, or at least the Entangled Gold Mine? Supply is pretty even here.
Colorful has way more mana on his heroes. If the demon gets in position to burn the Naga, that would be great for Colorful. And since there's no Dryad anymore to slow him down, might be doable. And since there's no Dryad also, this rejuvenation can kick into overdrive.
Nice to create this little passage for the Wisp so they are safe. Colorful should be start mining as well. 2-2 versus 2-2. And they're really committing to this fight. Wisps are in, burning a lot of mana, but not getting rid of the roar. Is there really no roar on either side?
Cloak of Flames doing really good damage over here, by the way. Fog Lightning over the top. Demon in trouble. Has to be staffed out. He's over at the Tree of Eternity. Not at the Moonwells.
Yeah. Colorful, does he realize?
Oh, there he is. What's he doing? Getting slowed. He's about to die. A few more right clicks and that's it. Moonwells. Rogers.
It wasn't
It was
there.
right there.
Wasn't ready probably, and that's close to level 6. That's absolutely game. 70 supply ahead is Colorful now, and he can close this out if he wants to. No chance for LawLiet to get this Demon Hunter back. Wow, really impressed with Colorful here. Very patient, making the right decisions, not overly aggressive, and it again remains true, whoever attacks loses the Knight of Mirror.
Yeah, seems like this is pretty much unlosable position now. But LawLiet's reviving his first hero. He's level 4, so this is the max revive timer. It's gonna take quite some time indeed. Do we get to see Metamorph? One more bear kill, and he's got it.
Tough times for the Koreans. It's only the Naga, right? Is he trying to stall time for an Altar revive?
Yeah. But Colorful knows it. He's going for that altar right away. And forces the bears to commit in.
Yeah, and with that, he's slaughtering his brothers. Just a wonderful combo of Demon Hunter and Naga, and that's level 6, and that's the call for the double Gs. It's 1-1 between Colorful and LawLiet.
Classic late game situations. Always really fun to see. The demon hits level 6. Instant GG.
Yeah. It's not for the no fan service right there.
A shame. That Metamorph looks awesome in Reforged. That's the 1-1 here now. We're nice and tied up, and we turn this into a best of 3.
Ooh. And now maybe some maps where interesting stuff could be happening. Potom hunts, Glaive AP pushes, Talon pushes. Maybe some Chimera very, very late game. It's not set in stone that all the games will look like this. We had a little bit of a slow start here in this series.
Our third map will be Concealed Hill indeed. So if there we don't see Potom hunts, it has been completely abandoned in the meta. It is so insanely strong on this map. I'm going to have to ask LawLiet after today, if he wins, that is, why the Potom hunts is being abandoned more and more. Because really for a long time it was favored so heavily by the Koreans and also by many of the Chinese. But we see a return to Bear Mirror more and more. Maybe getting ready for the next patch.
Yeah, it feels like the Potom hunts just coming in waves and disappears after a while. And then someone is playing it again, and then people think, hey, that's a good strategy. I should pick up on that. And then it disappears again after a while. I don't know. The dynamic in Knight of Mirror is really weird.
Yeah, so far we saw pretty much only standard 1-base tier 3 bears. Seemed like European Knight of Mirror here. I guess we didn't see enough keepers perhaps for that, but yeah. We're very standard here so far. Concealed Hill, though, a map seemingly made for Potom hunts. Or do we have something else spectacular planned? I remember there was a time in Knight of Mirror, especially in 1.30, where seemingly everything could be played. We saw Hippo Riders, we saw Giants, we saw Glaives, we saw Mass Archers, we saw Mass Mountain Giants. In fact, it seemed like we saw everything outside of Bears. And now we're back to
you
Bears.
gotta be honest and say that this was the series between Foggy and Sonic. Or the series is between them. There was very outstanding, but it was mostly between them. If you looked at the mirrors of War Chief Rich and Rudon, you would see Bears 99% of the time.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, like, between Moon and the guys in 1.30. There was this
Ah,
big discovery phase of what to play. Like Keeper Alchemist, you had to play because it was just so ridiculously broken.
Yep.
But outside of that, the units were, there was a lot of discovery there being made. Where Mass Archers actually seem to be doing very well.
And Mass
Mass
Glaives,
Glaives as
Remo
well.
still
Oh, how I missed the
love
Mass Glaives
this.
meta.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
LawLiet, by the way, didn't only lose the second map, he also lost his #1 rank in the Warcraft 3. Elo ranking with Warcraft 3.info Elo ranking, with Happy taking #1 again. So, I'm not on top of Olympus anymore, LawLiet. Colorful,
And
I
that
imagine.
was despite Happy losing to X-Lord. That's weird, right?
LawLiet lost to Fly.
Oh, wait. Was that already taken into account for Happy? I think it is.
Oh, not
Yeah, so
sure.
at the moment, nobody above 2,500 anymore.
All right, we're going to Concealed Hill, the Bottom Hunts map.
Yes, absolutely. A map where the Demon Hunter will have a very tough time beefing up to level 3 and stacking up with items. And the Bottom, on the flip side, can creep that pretty easily once a few hunts come out. And as the Observer just shows us, there's double fountains here, which is truly the biggest strength for the Bottom Hunts. With the Bottom Hunts, you have all the map control, your opponent's forced to play passively. And still Demon Hunter. Oh my god, is it really double
Wow.
Demon?
Keeper.
Okie dokie.
Can play Hunts Keeper. Can play Archer Keeper. Can...
Is that a mind game? That looks like a sick mind game right now. It looks like LawLiet is playing Keeper because he expects the Bottom Hunts and wants to slow them down with Entangle Focus. And Colorful has the read that LawLiet expects Bottom, playing Keeper, and now Colorful countering that with Demon.
Yeah.
Would be my interpretation.
Yeah, we gotta say that the Keeper has good spells. But you know, against a harassing Demon Hunter, burning Demon Hunter, you run out of mana very, very quickly. And without mana, no spells, and then you're left with a Thorns Aura.
Yeah, if the Keeper gets level 3 quickly, he can still keep the Demon Hunter at bay rather well with Entangle. You can get map control early. You can secure a second base, perhaps, rather early. And Keeper plus Naga can in fact threaten the Demon Hunter quite well. That's something we saw sometimes in the past. But if the Demon Hunter gets level 3 fast, this Keeper's gonna have a super tough time.
Yeah. On CH, not that easy to get level 3.
A player's forces are under
Shop
attack.
cancelled. We see this trick more and more. Foggy uses it for years, and now the other Night Elves are waking up on it as well.
Quite aggressive here on the Demon. Heading up north. And looking for the opponent. Has Colorful seen this Keeper yet? I'm not sure.
LawLiet saw the Demon Hunter. But the other way, I really don't know.
A player's forces are under attack.
Trying to dodge the demon? But with the demon roaming around that much, I think so.
Oh, Colorful heading through the middle. Okay, now realizing, I believe, where the opponent is. And we'll find out about this Keeper in a second. But nighttime falls. Alright, interesting. So, with Keeper first, it feels
A player's
like
forces are under attack.
you can't really go into Bear Mirror. It feels
Don't
like you have to get ahead. Economically, you need the second base.
Don't you underestimate the Thorns Aura just a little tiny bitty? Now that you need a book of retraining.
Yeah, Dome of Retraining is a lot of gold. And also, he can't play Demon second, can he? And if he's playing Bear Mirror without Demon, he's gonna run out of mana so fast.
He's getting outburned. Yeah, I'm thinking about this as well. Like, what's the army comp? Mass Dryads? Moon tried that a bit.
I think it should be Naga second and a lot of range and expansion.
Yeah, while your opponent is taken to tier 3, and if you play Dryads, you might be able to squeeze in an expansion. But it's a lot to creep. It's a lot of resources. This demon seems to be bullying the
Player's
rest.
forces are under attack.
And Colorful wants to make sure that he sees an expansion attempt if it should be coming up. I imagine it will be double Naga here from our two players. But for now, Colorful falls back towards his lab. And will show us a second hero.
LawLiet is the one being aggressive.
Oh wow, what a read by LawLiet.
A player's
Can
forces
go for the
are under
Naga now. Creepjack here against the slowed archers could be quite painful. That's only the keeper coming in. It's not that dangerous. Alright, kills
Gets
off
an
one
archer.
archer.
It's of course a strong time for Entangle, but even that, threatening a last hit, will be dispellable with Dryads very soon.
Alright, Demon got it. He lost an archer and the Ancient of War for this. Light, still no second hero. A few days ago we saw Neutron against Razorman trying it with Keeper solo. Didn't work out that well.
Yeah, he shouldn't be too inspired from that.
a player's
Wow, he's
forces
actually
are under
going
attack.
one base Bears with Keeper first. What? I've never seen that before. It's also cost him so much moon juice here for LawLiet to heal up again. It's about to hit daytime. He has basically no juice left. Oh, and look at that. Colorful with the Invis archers is going to block the way for the
Wow.
Overlord.
Forces are under attack.
And then he just pulls him himself. Okay.
Laboratory for LawLiet. Yeah, that pull didn't do too much, I feel. But solo experience for the Naga. What's the game plan now?
There's quite a few Dryads over here by LawLiet as well. Wants to have ample dispel, I guess, against this
A
keeper.
player's forces are under attack.
Maybe this
Interesting game.
Maybe the plan is to be aggressive earlier on, to entangle a couple of bears, and then hope to snowball.
That Overlord is not willing to cooperate. Should be going to Colorful though. Question is, how painful is it gonna be?
Shockwave!
LawLiet's coming in for the Creepjack.
Wait a minute. Thought for a second the keeper stole it with the right clicks, but nope. What's the item? Katka's Pipe. Amazing for the spell.
For the Dryads, for the Bears, for the Naga. Amazing. For the Demon Hunter, well, this is kind of nice. Doesn't exactly need it, but I guess it saves him some moon juice. Considering that, I guess it is really good for the Demon Hunter, actually.
A player's forces are under attack.
Still don't know what to make of this. Feels like LawLiet must get more of this early game, but he didn't really.
I wonder if he's really going to retrain into Thorns. That might be the best thing he can do. Huh.
A player's forces are under attack.
At least the Keeper is an excellent orb carrier. He could go double orb, I guess. Sooner or later.
Yeah, that's the big upside, isn't it? Having the ranged attack there. With the Keeper not scaling as great as a Demon Hunter, can you go third hero this time? Or are you hoping for Tranquility?
I was thinking about it already. You know, I love my third hero, but that once again will mean you will need to have a strong level 1 hero. And who would that be? Ideally a good
Pit
orb
Lord.
carrier.
Not
Only
Picklord.
thing that comes to mind is a Potom, but with beers, that doesn't make much sense.
Okay. They share the second red spot. Still Vamp Aura up for grabs.
Are under attack.
Boots of Kel'Thalas. Would love to have a Demon Hunter now, won't ya?
Alright, time for Demon Third.
Ha!
Let's do it. Triple Orb. Triple Orb would be sick damage. But that's something that
180,
in Bear Mirror Knives don't do, where they don't put Orb on the Naga. At least we didn't see it so far.
Oh, colorful!
Scourge of Bone Chimes, hello.
That's amazing, dude. Scourge Bone. He sold the flute, didn't he?
Oh, there's Zapper coming in. Oh, but getting blocked. That Zapper was expensive, and he just has a very sad detonation right there.
Nothing's really working for LawLiet. Going for the Demon Hunter. Is he just... There must be a staff, right? Yep, there's the staff and an Invul. Invul committed lots of illusions and TP out for LawLiet. Wow, it's getting better and better and better and better for Colorful.
Yeah, that didn't exactly work out. Level-wise, though, LawLiet's looking fresh. Level 4 and 3, almost double level 4.
But it's Keeper level towards Demon levels.
Yeah. I think he should retrain.
Now that there's a Vamp Aura... Yeah.
A player's forces are under attack.
I mean, what do Treants really do? They're supposed to be Wisp Detonates anyway. Zap. He's not retraining. He's just going for the push. For the Jack.
Once again, no expanding. Just see more and more bears, more and more upgrades. Only now
Player's forces
Wellspring.
are under attack.
Oh
Colorful, what
my
sacrilege.
god! Unforgivable!
All the Night Elves in chat. Disappointed.
Very, very tame early games. One attack, one defense upgrade for LawLiet ahead. Engine of Wind once again.
Feels like LawLiet is setting up an expansion when he's just sharking around the main, threatening a base attack. This is
Yeah.
normally the time where next will be coming up, but of course we see that is not the case. I'm surprised Colorful isn't scouting for it. He's got a Wisp sort of in position up there. And this is good for the Demon, I guess. He can just dart in and out, throw in a couple of mana burns. Naga isn't really in trouble. Ooh, LawLiet taking the fight so close to the enemy main. Really? Alright. Even summoning some Treants. And you know what? There's not too many Dryads to dispel them. Looking kind of okay. Looking very okay here, actually, for LawLiet. Getting more and more kills. Level 4 on his Naga. Demon in the backline, though. He's running rampant with his Orb of Venom. And LawLiet will have to TP out in the end. Losing another Dryad.
Okay. Colorful. Is he already reproducing? I think so, yeah. 2 bears coming back. LawLiet now both stay at 50-50. Second defense upgrade for LawLiet is done. 4 heroes. He is a level ahead. What can he make with this?
A player's forces are under attack.
Still the natural left to be crept here for LawLiet. Best thing he could hope for is, I guess, claws, actually. Oh, there it is! Tome of Retraining, finally.
Okay. That is pretty much the opposite of the Vamp Aura. If you get attacked from melee, it throws back damage. And renders the Vamp Aura kind of useless.
Wisp Scout here sees the enemy army.
A A player's forces
Yeah,
are
we have
under
seen a
attack.
surprisingly low amount of Zeppelins so far on this map.
Colorful is getting ready for it, expecting it, and you always should expect it from LawLiet.
Should also expect a big army because LawLiet has 4 more bears queued, is it? And 2 upgrades ahead.
Whoa.
This could be a dangerous attack here coming in soon.
Yeah, they just have to line up with that push. Oh, Demon Hunter. Caught out in the open, but the Naga is there. But now, can the Keeper reach for the Naga?
If only he had boots! But she should be fine. Two 1 upgrades now. Colorful, 1 upgrade
A
behind.
player's forces are under
As
attack.
LawLiet still waits for a few more bears. Demon Keeper Naga combo, by the way, I guess really good for bear dropping. Because you can zap the wisps and you can also entangle the repairing wisps.
Can take care of 4 wisps.
Damn.
Maybe that's why Colorful is expecting it for quite some time and we're just a little slowpokes.
If an Ancient of War hits a bear with Thorns Aura, does the Ancient of War receive damage return?
Dude.
Toxie's in chat. You must know this.
I don't think so. I think auras don't work
A
on
player's
buildings.
forces are under attack.
Yeah.
Like
I
if you're
assume
close
so
to
as
a
well.
Moonwell, the Katka's pipe doesn't work on Moonwell.
Yeah. But if you attack an Ancient of War with Lifesteal Aura, with Scourge Bone Chimes, you do heal from it, but not from other buildings.
Isn't it kind of weird that you do regen if it's uprooted and you don't when it's downrooted or something? Anyway, theory crafting is over. We have a big ass fight here with LawLiet at 77 supply. He didn't forget about the Wisp. There's Raw on his side this time. And we thought he's gonna lose it all, but oh, the detonates by Colorful are amazing.
It seems like Colorful has way more Roar left. In fact, the only amount of Roar left. And now the Demon Hunter breaks to the front line. Going in for the mana burn. Everything is dry. On LawLiet's side, the bears are dropping lower and lower. I'm liking Colorful chances over here. Bear numbers dwindling on both sides and Colorful supply super low. But it doesn't really look like it at the moment.
Wow. Again, a bear mirror fight that he was kind of down in supply, but does it in the end. If LawLiet can heal some bears over at the fountain, though, that could be a strong comeback as he's still on 70. And Colorful has nowhere to go but his base.
What's the Keeper doing there? What? Keeper by LawLiet turned into a linebacker, just bursting through the bear front line. And had to be staffed out last second, he just barely survives. But Colorful with a great hold, he's still massively down in supply. But his heroes are so strong, especially this Demon Hunter. Doesn't care about the numbers.
Does he... Like,
Doesn't know Scott Steiner.
He's 4-6. Doesn't want to fight over against the fountain, though. Two upgrades. Now the upgrades are even. And Colorful didn't break upkeep for a long time. It's very rare to see LawLiet that impatient, that with early aggression. Usually he always finds a way to make his opponent attack into his base, but all 3 games so far, he is the aggressor.
Yeah, maybe he thought he had a upgrade lead, which he did have, and he needed to capitalize while he could.
A player's
this is
forces
Demon Hunter.
are under attack.
The boy with the burns, making such a big difference.
Got a heal scroll now as well. LawLiet has 1 and an invul. Double staff against double staff. Okay, here we go again.
Alright, Roar this time seems to be more on LawLiet's side. Where are the Wisps? Great concave over here for LawLiet, putting a lot of damage on the bears. Going in with the heal scroll right away. That was the only one. Colorful return with his own. What's this Demon Hunter doing? He's just standing there, not dishing out any damage. Now he finally does. A little late to the party though he seemed. Naga pretty deep in. Demon Hunter now getting focused. Taking a lot of damage from these roared bears. So far, barely any have fallen of these fluffy, puffy bears, but now more and more will be going down. Keeper in the back with the Orb of Venom doing good damage. Still missing that second Orb of Venom. Demon Hunter, once again, under fire. Staff will get him out of there. Back to the Moonwells, back into the healing wells of the springs. Needs to be careful still. In fact, Moondews is super low. Demon can't return. Keeper in the meantime hits level 5. Level 3, Thorns Aura.
Indeed, and LawLiet sent all his units to the fountain, so at least 3 bears are going to be healthy in a second. So many corpses, man. More and more corpses for Colorful. He's stemming against this defeat, losing to a Keeper first in Bear Mirror.
Is that the new meta, boys? Keeper first, retrain to Thorns Aura late game?
Thorns Aura it is, man. Colorful trying to find some scrappy leftover units, but not the case. Staff out again.
If loses this game, by the way, he's gonna be so mad at the Scourge Bone Chimes.
Yes, that's true. But
he's looking to be in a very good position here now. Far ahead in supply. Ooh, this Demon Hunter though. Dispel? Staff? Is there a staff? Oh,
and the bear parked for the reju as well. But every single engagement goes clearly to LawLiet at the moment.
Main's gonna run dry here very, very soon. Naga about to hit level 5 as well. Throw some clarities onto that lady. Oh, she could creep level 5 actually at the green camp. And then we have the big zaps.
Big, powerful zaps indeed. 80 gold only. Another 20-minute game between the two. And how is he supposed to catch up 22 supply? He got the most out of this gold mine. Barely any upkeep.
And once again, LawLiet pushing into the Moonwells, doesn't care. Surrounding the Demon right away.
He wants him out so bad.
Like the Battle of Thermopylae over here. It's super tight choke. And the Naga and the Keeper in the back putting in more and more damage. Where's that Fog Lightning level 3? Waiting for it. He needs one more bear kill. Colorful microing back his bears, but they're about to die. That's the kill. That is now level 5 for the Naga. LawLiet with a double level 5 heroes looking so much stronger. You have level 4 as well for Colorful, but it doesn't seem to be good enough.
He's squeezing through that needle hole. And it's working well. Entangle can get out, but not anymore. That's the zap for the victory. That is LawLiet taking the lead. That is LawLiet claiming match points.
That level 3 zap, dude. Like getting struck by lightning. As if Zeus came down and struck down a thunderbolt upon you and 2 of your friends next to you. Imagine how unlucky that would be. You're hanging out with your friends walking down the street and then lightning strikes not just you, but your 2 homies as well, man. That is definitely a case of the Mondays.
Lucky me, I have no friends. So it can't happen to me. But
and we never go outside anyways. Ha! Got you there.
Get you there, Fog Lightning. Untouchable. I also have a roof that protects me, so no problem at all. Little bit of a problem for Colorful now, right?
Yeah, you could say so. Being down a map now in this best of 5, facing elimination, has to win the next 2 in a row, which will be Last Refuge and Northern Isles. This could be a full best of 5 without a single Podum Hunts game.
This could
I'm
be
tremendously surprised, I must tell you.
With only bears. Or we go into Last Refuge and we see some talents. Yeah, right? Right?
That would be the one map to do it on, I guess. Northern Isles, as big as it is also, and as easy as the expansion is, that is the one map where perhaps Mass plus Expo could work, but there's no Merc Camp, so that would make it more difficult. Honestly, this is most likely going to be more bears and more demon.
I wouldn't be too surprised either. It's so much on the line. It's so much prestige here. So why move away from it?
But that Keeper was pretty cool in the late game. Honestly, that early didn't work out too well. Keeper didn't get level 3 fast. Didn't control the map too easily.
But
First couple of fights looked rough. But then, despite the fact, and I think this is something we have to keep mentioning, that Colorful found the Scourge Bone Chimes. The Scourge Bone Chimes! That's a nuts item. Despite that, still gets the win. LawLiet. He's a pretty good player.
Yeah, but colorful, you know what? He gave LawLiet control over the fountain. LawLiet was the aggressor all the time. So yeah, you got a little bit of healing from attacking, but LawLiet was able to move the bears back and get free healing at the fountains and then move them back into the fight. And there was a lot of pressure added, there was free healing added, and that's what aggression gives you on a map like Concealed Hill, which is very unique in the map pool. You won't see that on any other map. Usually aggression is a mistake in Night of Mirror, but not here.
The red camp Overlord drop was Khadga's pipe, right?
Yes.
It felt like that barely came into effect.
He sold it right away.
Ah, that's why.
That's why I said in the middle of the game, dude, he sold the Khadga's pipe. But you know what, guys? Remo's never listened to me.
Blanked out there.
It happens, dude. It happens.
Is it so bad that you sell it? Isn't it good for Reju and Roar?
It gives a lot of gold, and maybe you get that one bear more out more. You get the heal scroll early. Maybe it's a timing thing. I think in general, nobody will disagree that this is a very, very good item.
How much gold is it, Neo?
A lot of gold. Almost as much gold as if you make it to the WCG semi-final. And LawLiet is one map away.
For all the curious people out there, it's 250. Not quite 350. Sorry, it's a very, very basic joke, but I just love South Park.
That's how
back
you
in the old day.
are. No problem.
I'm sure that made at least one person chuckle out there. And that's what I'm here for, boys. For that one little chuckle. So, off we go. Map number 4. Can LawLiet close it out here with a 3-1, or will Colorful make this full distance? Standard openings here. Chance for double demon. Around 99%, I'd say.
Yeah. This doesn't look like a Potom build, and Demon Hunter goes very good with range as well. So it's a Demon Hunter on Colorful side, and the DreamHack Summer Asia champion decides to go... for a keeper again.
Does it again. Damn. Even on this map. This map is very good for Demon Hunter because you can stack up on items very well. There's close to your base, 3 camps where claws can be found, which aren't too hard to creep, even without Ancient of War. And with Demon, plus a few archers, plus maybe a Naga, you can also creep the Merchant quite well. And you know, if I hadn't seen last game, I would now be saying, oh my god, LawLiet needs to be making sure he has a good early game, needs to get ahead, Keeper will fall off late game, he needs to get a second base, but I can eat my words on that one, Neo, because he just proved me wrong. He just played it straight up one base, went to tier 3, went Bears, and the Keeper Naga combo overcame the Demon Hunter in the late game. So, you know what, LawLiet, you're my master. Show me. Teach me, senpai.
Yeah. This looked pretty good at the end indeed with the transition. Maybe the retrain is the way to go to get the big thorns or a late game and make use of the treants for creeping and harassing and scouting early.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is that just a gimmick that's gonna work today? Or are we gonna see more and more of this demon? Keeper first, I mean.
It's LawLiet, man. He is constantly reinventing Night Elf since 2015. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Of course, first hero choices are limited in Eye of Mirror mainly because of the Demon Hunter's mana burn and so many heroes being reliant on mana. How about if we remove the Bash Bear mana cost and just give it a cooldown only?
I see the smirk on your face, Remo. Come on. We are a very serious broadcast here. You know, people with power are listening. And if you make dumb suggestions like this, we might end up with, a broken game again.
Yeah, that was just a little joke. I do like the Beastmaster, and it has found some popularity. May see it further down. Tournament, where Moon's gonna be playing against Infi, dude. Ooh, that's gonna be sick. Tomorrow. So kind of similar to the last map, both heroes just chasing each other around the map. Not too much creeping at the start. Merc camp, very valuable. What's the number one item here you want to find?
It's a merc camp.
I
Vamp
guess
aura.
good bone chimes
Yeah.
at all times.
Devotion is also very good. But that's the top 2.
A player's forces
I feel like we've been seeing a lot of belts lately. Lots of belts.
I think it's just because it
Important, of
stands
course,
out
to-
so much.
Oh, there it is again! Second time
Jesus
skirt bone chime.
Christ, LawLiet says said in an interview during DreamHack that he doesn't click on the inventory of his opponent because he's just upset when they find something good. But the bad thing about auras is you kind of see it all the time.
That is really lucky. And now the demon is chasing across the map.
The
Might
ancient
be
is falling.
oh, the Ancient of War! Oh my god. This turns out to be quite the difficult camp. And the belt for the keeper. Told you.
Ouch. Ouch. And the ancient falls. No mana.
Oh, that is so bad for LawLiet. Oh
No
my
more
god.
big creeping. Oh yeah. I think LawLiet can get his code because we might get over to map 5 on Northern Isles.
Yeah, this is such a horrible early game. Now Colorful can go for the Naga, and thanks to the skirted bone chimes, he can probably creep double Merchant in the middle. Did LawLiet get the Mercs? He didn't, right? Oh, that's so bad. And he can't get to the tavern.
forces are under
Uh-oh.
Wow.
He's trying to... Oh no, doesn't get the Naga. Oh, there's so much control in Colorful now. Oh boy.
Holy smoke. That early is so bad. I think the big mistake here by LawLiet was trying to be aggressive with the keeper,
Yeah.
trying to slow down the creeping, but then realizing his own creeping was way too slow as a result of it. It's gonna be a TP force over here, I believe. Wait, that's a cold arrow. Oh, maybe LawLiet can be the one to force the TP.
What?
forces are under attack.
Can't reach though. It is the mercenary. No! There we go. Arrow to the back. Good shadow melts by LawLiet. No reveal.
This Demon Hunter is unbeatable, though. What the hell is he gonna do against this bad boy?
A town is under siege.
Entangles around. Kill. Not a good idea, no?
Whew, big healing as well.
With a
huh?
greater healing, a ring and a vamp aura? No? It's,
If LawLiet wins this game, dude, that
God.
would be amazing.
Still no
It's a
dust.
super tough position.
Yeah, at least he got the Naga, right? But Colorful is like in every single regard, he's ahead.
We'd love to have an interview with LawLiet after these matches about this vamp aura. I'm sure he would have a few things to say about it. Oh, Colorful here pushing quite aggressively.
Yeah, wants to make...
Oh, if he burns the bear. Oh, no rejo for
Player's
you.
forces are under attack.
wants to make sure that the advantage he has now is scaling into the mid and late game. And that is done via aggression.
He canceled the building right there. What's that?
Shot?
Ah, yeah, probably.
No staff. Feels bad, man.
This is hyper aggressive though. Bear master training is going to be done soon. LawLiet will have a
Player's
few
forces
bears
are
ready.
under attack. A town is under siege.
This looks a little over eager, I must say. Colorful could just be creeping all the valuable camps away from his opponent, but... Alright then, forces a TP, will force a fight. But Colorful
wanna
doesn't have
lose
any
him.
bears yet.
I mean... Really? But there's almost no control. I mean, a little bit of frost armor, frost arrow, but that's about it.
So what did Colorful do now with his advantage? He forced repair on a Moonwell. He burned a bear twice. Didn't kill him though. And he forced a TP.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he squandered a big opportunity here to get further ahead.
A player's
Yeah.
forces are under
I mean,
attack.
what else can you do if your tech is a little later, if you run into bears?
Could
Creep,
have crept
yeah.
away the enemy natural, maybe the lab. Have wisps in position. If LawLiet is as bold to go to the red camp, you can punish him there. But I think he could have controlled the map much better.
Lab seems like way too greedy, but yeah, for the rest of it, I kind of agree. Opens up. Oh, heal wards. That's amazing. If Colorful doesn't react to that, that's a game-winning item.
And with that item also, creeping the red camp is very easy. There is a red dot
A
over there.
player's
Is that a
forces are
sentry?
under attack.
Oh no, Ancient of War. Ah,
He never found. sentries,
so
right?
the tusks.
Oh,
Taggle, surround. Be a
Okay,
pretty
can he
quick
go
kill.
for steal? No, claws plus 12. That's solid.
Not bad, not bad. No Orb of Venom yet on LawLiet, surprisingly. I guess he was pretty broke.
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of damage missing.
And he is willing to commit to this against the Vamp Aura with Thorn's Aura and with a heal ward. There was some good engagement here. And it's 3 bears versus 2.
Colorful didn't have Roar there for the longest time in that fight. Now just applied it. This Demon Hunter is unkillable. At the moment, the bear numbers and the upgrade is not high enough. This Demon Hunter is just, yeah, killing everything almost on his own. Kills off another bear. And now Colorful is strong enough to fight into the enemy base.
Okay, there is no bear left. The Naga is getting pummeled as well. There's almost no dispel anymore. Okay, one on the Dryad. And now he's fighting, falling back. Might get an item or two. He has 700 gold. Hey, this is a rough game.
There was a lot of juicy kills.
Yeah, with the aura, with the levels, with the orb, with the scroll. LawLiet needs a major mistake by Colorful. But without mana, man, what can you do? And that's how Demon versus Keeper usually looks like.
Yeah. He's coming out for the detonate, doing a decent job, but Demon Hunter. How much has this Scourge Bone Chimes healed in this game, by the way?
A lot. A lot. 20% with every hit.
Feels good. Look at that. Look at that juicy lifesteal.
Well, it's not
Every hit.
that visible because of the Thorn's Aura.
Under attack.
That lowers it again after every hit, but yeah. This seems like the end
The town
of game 4 a lot quicker than the games prior.
Alright. Naga getting chased down. LawLiet trying to fight with a wisp, but this is not the campaign mission. This is WCG.
Yeah, this is just a matter of time until LawLiet taps out. There it is. GG. We go full distance in our first quarterfinal. Yeah, the World Cyber Games.
One more map to determine the winner over here. LawLiet went into this as the favorite. Number 2 ranked ELO player in the world. Colorful might be making the upset happen here. If he does, he'll be jumping up quite high in the ELO potentially. And LawLiet might be descending further. Northern Isles, our last map. I feel like we don't see that map so much in Night of Mirror.
No, rare. Like, when do we ever see a best of 5 in Night of Mirror that is almost exclusively to Foggy Moon? And there, like, to be honest, yeah, I don't really know.
I guess it can be really volatile. If you fall behind in the early game and your opponent manages to claim both middle camps, that would be very tough to come back from, but also hard to be in strong enough of a position to creep both middle camps. Will probably be a crucial point of contention on Northern. And what strat are we going to see? Is it Bears again? It was Bears 4 maps in a row. I would not have thought so in the slightest. I would have expected at least one Potom Hunts to come out, but we didn't. And I assume on this map it shouldn't either, because when you play Potom Hunts, you want to control the map. You want to make sure your opposing hero is low level, whether it be Keeper or Demon. And Northern Lights is one of the best maps to quickly creep up your first hero to 3. Can get a couple of items as well. So at least in theory, seems like a pretty good Demon map once again.
I agree. Good thing here is, if Colorful finds the 3rd Scourge Bone Chimes in a row, LawLiet might be able to even that out. Marketplace can give you a lot of great items down the road, so I would think this game goes a little longer than we've seen it before, especially on Last Refuge.
Oh yeah, true. Marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
Who's gonna get there first to grab up the Scourge Bone Chimes? And is it even gonna appear? Does anybody know how the rotation works in the marketplace? Like, how often do they appear? Is it every 60 seconds? 30 seconds?
I'm not
Nobody
too sure.
knows. Alrighty. Who's gonna make it through here as the first player into the top 4, and with that, into the money? $3,000 at least for top 4. That's a nice chunk of change right there.
Yeah,
You
man.
could definitely afford Scourge Bone Chimes with that.
One map for $3,000. LawLiet, if he wins this now, the impressive group stage from Colorful was worth nothing but some elo points and respect, maybe. On the other hand, LawLiet's WCG dreams would be shattered once again. There's so much on the line.
Yeah, with WCG being so prestigious, such a historic tournament in the Warcraft history, both these players here want to leave their mark. It's way overdue. Last year it was all dominated by humans and Chinese with Infi and TH in the final. Now both these guys want to show the world what they can do. For Colorful, it's been a really rocky road recently. Lost to some opponents where we thought he should have the big upper hand, but at the same time also took out big names like TH, for example. And LawLiet with DreamHack recently behind him has been having a very good time. But now, today, might find his superior in Colorful.
Oh, man, and it could be once again a breakout performance. Usually Colorful was very, very good in team leagues, but the big solo achievement is still lacking. He got his team, or he helped his team to win the team competition in January, and he defeated the likes of Infi in the team competition in June. Even though it wasn't enough for the grand final that time, he did really well, and he became like from one of the players of the team to the team captain, which was really impressive to see. Colorful definitely growing up in 2020.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see these players grow and develop, become stronger, and follow their journey. Over in Europe, we have players like Krav recently winning our hearts. Colorful, his development has been taken longer. We have seen him grow over the last few years, but he has really come into his own as one of the best players in the world. And here now, if he makes it top 4, he will make it official as well. But first, we'll have to overcome LawLiet. And LawLiet sits in a similar position. If he wants to prove everyone that he belongs in this tier 1 status, he will have to win here.
Indeed. I mean, he did a DreamHack summer already, showing that he can be the strongest player of Asia. But of course, a WCG, a WGL, that's a little above that. Until we get our grand final in Katowice 2021. And before Game 5, seems like the players are getting a tiny bit of a little break.
Yeah, understandable. We're some very long series. We mined out the mains in almost every single map, right?
Yeah, except Last Refuge. That was a very quick one in comparison.
Yeah, there the keeper really didn't work out at all. I wonder if it all came down to that creep jack slash the keeper being over aggressive. And of course, also had to do with the skirt bone chimes. I hope LawLiet can put that out of his mind. I'm sure he was not happy to see that drop once again for Colorful.
Nope, he definitely wasn't. But on Northern Isles, as we said, there is a little bit of a marketplace, and you can get yourself items if you got the gold for it. And since on Long Night of Mirrors, you really want to stay in no upkeep for the longest time, that should give you some gold, and you might be able to invest that into auras or claws or whatever you need.
Stonks. That's right. Gotta spend your money wisely. Unlike I have been doing recently on War 3 Info. Man, I'm getting broker and broker by the minute. If you guys want to join in the fun, though, it is quite a bit of fun. Head on over to War 3 Info, where for the matches, every day you can put up virtual coins to bet on your favorite. And yeah, see your stocks rise or fall. It's a bit of a roller coaster there. I still can't believe that some people are up to like 700 coins. How is that even possible? Lucky buggers.
Almost as lucky as we, Remo, because we're not getting only one tournament here from WCG, but two. This week we close out the one-on-one quarterfinals, and then we have our 4 semifinalists. But next week, WCG continues with the team competition.
Hells yeah. The teams have been announced a little while ago, and the rule set is also being finalized. But what we know already is that we're going to have a number of 1v1 and 2v2 matches coming to our home screens in a best of series, with some really fun teams in there as well. ELL is returning, for example, some of the big favorites, certainly. And yeah, 2v2 comes back to the big screen. Haven't seen it in forever. Can't wait for the 2v2 and the massive madness.
It's been 4 months, Remo. In June it was, where we had WGTL, and the system is probably going to be very similar to WGTL, with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 and 3 players per team.
Seems like we had a bit of insider info about the maps. Unfortunately, Neo, Goldshire does not seem to be in the map.
What? Who do I have to talk to set this straight? This is a tragedy. This is a scandal. How can one not include Goldshire into a 2-on-2 map pool?
I wonder what happened on this map in your youth. What joyful occasion that you hold it so near and dear to your heart. Do you want to reveal this to stream, Neo?
No. It's perfect.
It's a private moment. I can respect that.
I had some, very lovely moments with some 2-on-2 allies on this map, so it's private.
Yeah, remembering old W3L days. Not really old, but past W3L days on this map as well, with the Firestalkers boys, TC Podem, Mass Hunts, Mass Headhunters. Hell yeah! But I think we might be getting ready. Players should be coming out of the break and be returning for our last map.
We hear the music, the hype music, seconds away from the decision. The first quarterfinal, 1 out of 4, obviously, and here we go. LawLiet for Korea and the Night Elves in the bottom left. Colorful for China in China red. It's gonna be something.
Since when is LawLiet gray, by the way? Wasn't this always Michael's color?
I think he's applying his hair color to his Warcraft color.
Ah. But with LawLiet, you never know if it's current as well. Like, he dyes his hair so often. Maybe it's blue at the moment. I don't know.
Maybe it is. You know what I see? I see classic graphics, Remo!
Oh! Wow, I wouldn't even have noticed.
Staring.
I see the first heroes as well. It's the Demon Hunter for LawLiet. Double demon again. All right.
Okay, so no keeper anymore. The shenanigans are over. And now it's serious business again. How aggressive are you early? Oh, there's a difference in the creep route, right? Colorful goes for the consumable, LawLiet for the expand. The other way around. Colorful for the expansion, LawLiet for the consumable.
Yeah, the big benefit, I think, of this creep route is you open up the natural right away to expand, but in Demon Hunter Mirror, I doubt that's gonna be done anytime soon. The thing is, with the demon and a handful of archers, you can even creep the natural fairly easily, whereas creeping the Tuscars without Ancient of War, not so simple. Let's see who this works out better for. Both will get level 2 from this right away. LawLiet with the Scroll of the Beast, well, that will most likely be sold, and he's being aggressive as well. Running across the map, not finishing the camp.
Ooh.
Really?
Okay. Ring of Region. How amazing for an early game.
In comes the Demon Hunter. Gives up the next last hit, though. And if LawLiet doesn't see the last creep over there, he's going to be down a level. Across the map, taking more damage. That did not work out.
No, right? What's the play for LawLiet here?
Oh, he finished the camp with the archer only, though. That was pretty well done. That's hard to do here to keep the overview. And that camp does a lot of damage, but it's still level 2 versus level 2 now. Okay, but what did this really do running across the map? It feels like he only lost pretty much his HP pool
Players'
for this.
forces are under attack.
Maybe he thought it's gonna be slower and he can, I don't know, steal something, do some more damage. I don't know what the thinking is. Colorful again in a commanding decision.
This Ring of Region is so amazing for hit trading right here. Fighting up against 2 archers, though, I guess that's a little bit better than just the ring. But if now Colorful goes for claws and circlet or something, he can trade until the end of days. And here we have the first big mix-up of this best of 5.
Wow.
He, in fact, is expanding
Players'
quite early.
forces are under attack.
That is interesting. Is that the early that triggers this? I don't think so, right? This looks like this was his game plan right from the
Yeah.
start.
And if there had been anyone that I would have expected this from, it would have been LawLiet, not Colorful. Taking a bit of a risk, I suppose, with his expansion and having a specific plan in mind.
While
Can
going
Colorful
Tier 2.
protect it?
Yeah. Demon Hunter's diving for it. He has boots. Archer's coming in as well. If he cancels it, it buys a lot of time, but it costs a lot of HP. And he can't. Can he? He can't.
Oh, it's close. Good demon movement. Really good demon movement.
Oh, wow.
It's cancelled.
Okay.
Costs 2 archers, though. And he can set it up right away again. Kind of.
Good distraction with the demon. Keeps the archers safe to the right-hand side. Now with the boot, moves away. Was that enough time? Oh, there's a wisp close to the base.
Counter expo. Okie doke. It's gonna be quite far behind the opponents, though. Oh, another cancel. Great movement by this Demon Hunter.
Okay. Whew. Stressful early game for LawLiet was under a lot of pressure. But so far, seems to salvage this. Buying time for himself, buying time for his economy. Gotta be a little careful that the archer numbers don't get out of control, but that's not what you want in the late game anyway.
But for the mid game, it is impactful. So LawLiet has lost 3 archers. A lot of HP on his Demon Hunter. If Colorful now goes for a Naga and plays aggressively across the map, that could be dangerous. There's the Naga now. Oh, might be able to force the TP here, depending on how the Demon Hunter walks. Cold arrow. But boots. Save him.
The boots are really good, but the Naga can go at it again. Uh-oh. Needs the TP. Yeah, Naga always so much pressure in exactly these situations.
And with that, perhaps you can creep both middle items indeed. West Scout coming in, sees the Tree of Life. At the moment, this is just a vulnerability. And because of it, LawLiet is stuck on tier 2.
Yeah.
Still doesn't have a second hero W now.
And Colorful isn't punching distance. I don't think he can still cancel this. Oh, he wanted the Book of the Dead surround. Doesn't really work.
Dude, if that is a little bit better positioned, it's probably a
game.
Demon Hunter kill in the game right there.
Yeah.
Good attempt. Doesn't quite work out, but at least he could creep with it now.
More experience. Colorful already has the experience lead. Finally a Naga for LawLiet as well.
A player's force is under attack.
No Expo here in the north for Colorful. He knows LawLiet has a second base. LawLiet forced now to pump out Dryads, mass Dryads. And very far behind in experience. But he does have the double slow, especially picking off archers should be easy. But he's looking for the hero kill. Sees the enemy Dryads now coming in, has to fall back. Bit of wisps here for detonate, but most of the book was dead already.
Burned a little bit on the Naga as well. But at this stage, this doesn't make the biggest difference. Both are trying to find time. Wait. Did
A player's
Colorful
force is
ever
under
re-expand after the second one? No, right? LawLiet is checking
Nope.
on this as well.
He did not.
Still tier 2. Only Dryads. In a perfect world with perfect micro, bears should never be able to attack Dryads. Am I right?
Yeah. If you micro every Dryads individually and you kite everyone individually, but that is extremely tough to do.
Just Galtalas. Colorful is a really lucky boy today.
Yeah, in general, the way it seems to work on the top level is up to 55 supply. You can still kite very well with Dryads. If it goes up to 70 Dryads against bears, it is extremely hard to keep them away any longer.
Wait, you can't micro 15 units at the same time?
15 units?
15? Roundabout.
55. 55 supply.
No, not supply. Yeah, whatever.
But in general, if it gets really high supply, it's very hard to keep track of all the bears to make sure that they don't connect. We have the bears coming in now. Colorful, not quite 50 supply yet. LawLiet is there already. But Colorful has strong heroes.
And the control so far is pretty good. Colorful has strong heroes, yeah, but he doesn't have boots, so that's a lot of damage already. Reju is running, not dispelling. Did he not go for abolish?
I did dispel it just a little bit late, not right at the beginning.
Poison damage is once again stacking up. So far the Dryad micro is decent. You know, they're slow on the other side as well, so not too easy. Tier 2 versus tier 3. But 2 base, 1 base. LawLiet starting to mine now, breaking upkeep immediately. And Colorful doesn't feel he's in a position to cancel this.
LawLiet is 0 Munjus, by the way. No recovery from that anymore. That's why he's going for a shop to have heal pots here in a moment. LawLiet waiting for the next reju. Not getting dispelled. The Dryad's not chasing after. Maybe a small mistake right there. Waiting also for Mark of the Claw. Then he can apply Roar. And now Colorful's looking strong again.
Okay, supply lead goes to LawLiet, but these bears are like wrecking balls.
Player's forces are
Oh,
under
trying
attack.
to flank a little from the top as well to control groups. So much hero focus on the Demon Hunter. He just wants him gone. But it's always Richo. And again, it's running too long.
Yeah. Abolished super late. That was pretty sloppy by LawLiet, honestly. Shouldn't be so much health recovered on the first hero. Trying to kite against these bears, which are of course rather slow in their movement speed as well as he can. putting a little bit of damage here and there, poking. But LawLiet isn't finding too many kills just yet.
Always a little bit of repair, but not too much. The Ancient of War by Colorful has arrived, putting more pressure on this expansion. If the expansion falls, LawLiet can say goodbye to the semi-final, and we would have a surprise entrant in Colorful.
Finally, the focus fire is starting to stack up from these Dryads, but it seems like the Demon Hunter for LawLiet always has to run. He's too low level, he can't really afford to go in. Now finally does, but once the Demon goes in, immediately getting focused, more Dryads going down. Expansion still standing though, LawLiet still with a slight supply lead.
This one Dryad by Colorful is offering so much control. There's always slow, and once there's slow, there's kills. LawLiet level 3 now, finally able to burn big. Now he's blocking himself a little, as you said. Moon Juice was rare. Level 4 for Colorful. Level 2 evasion is helping so much. And I think Colorful is counter-expanding?
Should be. He brought the Ancient of War all the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the counter expansion indeed. Tree of Life about to finish. Entangling about to begin. So Colorful isn't all in here. Does have a TP, by the way, to get out, which soon he may have to use.
This is
Chasing after the Naga. Killing these Wisps is also valuable. But the
The
Naga
tree.
getting further and further away from the Demon.
Screw the Naga. What about the tree? Naga is about to fall, but the tree as well, and then it's a worthwhile trade. TP out now. He wanted to make sure that there's no second income while his expansion is finishing. In the end, was very expensive. But that was the big advantage for the Korean. And now what?
There was 2 big kills with the Bear and the Naga. But he doesn't have the info in the north, I believe, about the expansion, but LawLiet is kind of heading there. Wants to go to the shop first, Invul definitely what he needs.
But
And a
he
heal
does-
scroll as well.
But there's almost no damage against buildings with bears lacking. There's no zappers. There's no shredder. How do you want to break this?
Yeah, also no Orb of Venom. Colorful looking to have the much stronger army here. Only thing he's missing is that Naga. Moonwell is actually being taken out. Okay, not too bad. With that, Colorful can't produce at the moment. Heal scroll forced very early.
Man, are these the last
many
moments of LawLiet in this game?
Players' forces are under attack.
He's pulling back, but stuck at no upkeep mass Dryads.
Dude, Colorful. Is he doing it again? Recently, he lost to Sini and Shao Kai. And you know who he defeated? TH and now LawLiet. This guy is just a complete random in terms of results. Unpredictable. But when he's on, he's on.
Yeah, and he's
Pushing
moving.
forward now, knowing he's in a really good position. Goes for the Zeppelin to be safe. I like that. Could be sniped though by all
Yeah,
these
I was
Dryads.
about to say, like, against mass air, going for the Zeppelin, ballsy move, but the Demon Hunter for LawLiet staffed out, maybe for the last time. He was the best in the world for the longest time. But his tournament started bad with the 0-3 against Fly, and now another Chinese. He's about to kick him out. He's trying to catch up in tech. He's trying to stay on the map.
Yeah, Colorful really making a name for himself in this tournament. The Naga is stuck at home. That's a little unfortunate. But good thing there's staff, so she will be freed soon
Players'
enough.
forces are under attack.
Released out of the prison gates.
Well, so far.
Rejoining society in a
Yeah?
mad cry
Huh?
of victory, just
Huh?
like Tim Robbins.
Ah. Thought you're stuck there. But
Town
good,
is under siege.
good catch. Okay, so at the moment the echo advantage isn't too high, but LawLiet needs to either expand or do something against the expansion. I love that Colorful has a lot of eyes on the left-hand side. Oh, there was a Zapper! And he scouts it! Colorful!
Yeah. That was kind of his last hope. But
Oh my God.
Obi-Wan didn't provide.
There was 2 Zappers, dude!
Players' forces are under attack.
There was no Nature's Blessing. That would have been the play. But they had 0 effect.
That's a big yikes. That's 500 gold going into nowhere. 500 gold you can't really afford. But then again, LawLiet still has lots of gold. And he's creeping.
He's also down a base and he's down 20 supply. And he's down in hero levels. Gets the Warsong battle drums though. Good item.
Is he tier 3? Does he have bears coming? Is he getting an orb? Yes, he is.
Okay. Good damage. Bear versus bear fight with Warsong battle drums is a big advantage.
LawLiet, there's someone knocking at your front door. I don't know if you want to open up though. Not before your lady comes home with her friends. When it's only a demon hunter. He's a little afraid of these new guests that are saying hello.
Yeah, would be the same. Lots of paws, lots of scary faces, lots of grimaces. LawLiet is losing an engine of lore. And how to catch up on 25 supply if you don't have production buildings? That's a huge issue. That's the last remaining moments of LawLiet in this tournament. Probably. Okay, Colorful has some mercy. Leaves him alive for now. But he's just getting further and further ahead. He's never over-aggressive. He's never over-committing. It's just very solid games by Colorful.
Yeah. One step after the next. When you're ahead, get further ahead. There was an awkward position there in the main. He may have been kited by these mass ranged army. The bears weren't really connecting well. Just TP out. You know your opponent's only on one base. He's got way fewer bears.
LawLiet had a big bank. Was it time for another sapper play? Don't think he ever got there again. That is the only way, right? I don't know what else he can do. I'm not as creative as he is, but about to lose the demon staff out.
Again, no Dispel against the Reju.
And Colorful is catching up in upgrades. Of course, he's at 80. Almost maxed out when it comes to units. He can clobber bases to pieces now. Chimera Roost. Okay. That's the play.
Alright, you know what? If something can save you,
Yeah.
I guess it's Chims.
Yeah. But maybe this is too late. This is so desperate. Still a TP. He want. Oh no, there's not. 1,000 gold. He's banking so hard. Running circles around Colorful. If he wins this, dude, he's the absolute general.
He needs at least 3 Chims, though.
Yeah.
I think that's not even enough. I think one is just slowed down and doesn't do anything. Second one gets taken out right after. I think he needs 4, really, to put a dent in this colorful army.
He got triple Chimera.
Alright, 3 are coming. And he's got
Second.
money for more.
Oh my god, if that works, dude.
The thing is, Colorful can just stay in the fight a little bit, sacrifice HP on his bears, get wins up, buy time, TP back, and then fight back with hippos. Or dryads, I guess.
Even mass dryads. So. Demon Hunter is losing a lot. Fork Lightning committed. Doesn't want to go for the invul, of course. Buying more time. Trying to get Colorful wept into a fight. He didn't see that yet.
He does have Ultra Vision, so he's very close to seeing it. Oh, the Demon Hunter. Did he see it? Well, now he certainly does.
Yeah.
Hello, say the twin-headed dragons.
Here are the Chimeras. Demon Hunter once again down to 1/3, and there's not much that can deal with the Chimeras at the moment. 2 Dryads, 1 Naga. This does result in a kill. Demon Hunter in a wonky position. Goes for the hero kill, forces the invul. Chimeras trying to heal up. Colorful is not even dropping too much supply here. Demon Hunter about to die. That would have been the end. Naga getting caught by the bears. Is he? Free damage almost by the Chimeras. It's all about the heroes for Colorful.
Demon gets to level 5 in the meantime. Bears took a lot of damage, but not too many actually died.
Oh, stuck.
LawLiet's first hero stuck behind the wall.
And the Naga is
This
falling.
Naga is 1 hit away from dying.
Frustrating game. Oh, the Dryads are coming from the right-hand side. This Naga is trapped in a Night Elf sandwich. And that doesn't taste good. More chimeras. But everything else is
going
falling.
down.
A player's forces are
It's
under
a,
attack.
it's a kinslaying between the dryads.
He doesn't want to realize this yet, but Colorful is soon to be on 3 bases. Chimera not part of this fight. He wanted WCG so bad.
Colorful is putting an end to these dreams with the first hero going down. The Demon Hunter, that is the end of the game. GG, and LawLiet is defeated. Colorful from China makes it through into the top 4.
The upsets continue. A little bit of a Cinderella story here at the World Cyber Games. The underdog, Colorful, defeats the big favorite LawLiet. And again, it remains true. If LawLiet is defeated, it's oftentimes by a Night Elf. Usually it's Moon. Today it was Colorful. What a great day for the young Chinese.
Absolutely. And with that big performance, he is making more and more of a claim that he belongs up there with the very best in the world. LawLiet was able to do it before, and Colorful underlines today what he's capable of. He took out TH before, now he takes out LawLiet, stands now in the top 4 of WCG.
Okay, and we have 1 more player that will follow him today, 2 more tomorrow. We go from a Night Elf mirror into an Orc mirror, and it's probably the best Orc mirror on the planet, as we have Lin and Fly.
Yeah, I think without question. Focus also an extremely strong orc, but recently it was really Fly and Lin who had been shining, especially Fly, especially in this tournament. 3-0ing his way through LawLiet and 9-0ing his way through the group stage. Not a single map has been dropped. Flawless performance by the Chinese so far, but now going up against Lin, the king of Orc Mirror.
Well, the king of Orc Mirror lost an Orc Mirror in the group stage, my friend. To sow it.
He did.
Will he do it again? We go into a little break, and then will Lin or Fly go into the semis?
샌드위치입니다. 여기가 중요한 게 아니라 아래서 올라오고 있는 워든이라든가 요 병력이 헛포인트거든요.
자, 문제는 블러드에 있는 판단은 맞아요, 영삼 선수가 이게.
그로우가 있기 때문에.
이거 한번 막고 가자. 일루전.
자, 그래서 여기서 진짜냐? 누가 진짜냐?
아, 그리고 잘하고 있는 거는 영삼 선수가
네.
지금 일부러 1분을 넣어가지고.
까지 못 올라와요, 잘.
자, 근데 문제는 너무 세가지고
그러나
그냥
마지막이니까. 안녕하세요.
아, 이거
2013년도에 보셨죠? 2013년에 보셨죠?
에라이
근데
세
이게-
개가 완성이 되면 좀 위험해지거든요.
근데 이게 아예 말도 안 돼. 이거는 어떻게 이겨? 이게 아니라 실제로 세요. 아버타임을 바꾸는 경우가 있는데 근데 어차피 주지. 일단 비즈라이가
없긴
먼저
없어요.
잡혔고요.
옥진영 대체 없어요.
맞아요. 너스입니다. 뿌리고 여기서 하나 더 잡고 훅 찍고
인구수도
다음은요. 핀드.
해노도.
네. 이거 못 살리고.
이거 플라이가.
네.
저도 잘 싸웠네요.
전투로 잡아냅니다. 띄우고 나서
일단은
설마 했어요.
이거!
전투하면 플라이입니다.
까먹고 있었다. 약간 무슨 운동부 선배 같은 느낌으로
너무하잖아요. 그래서 원스톱프 일단 사일런스 하지만 정말 끊긴 것 같죠? 원스톱프
중간 제대로.
네.
자, 3영웅은 다 걸렸죠. 지금 이 처리하면은 지속력에서 확실히 떨어집니다.
이거 너무
다 맞았어요.
리치 때렸어요.
그치.
쿵조심.
짜자자자자자.
쿵조심이었었는데.
돼요?
돼요?
야!
돼요?
아!
안 돼요.
그럼 죽어요!
다리를 끼고 싸우고 있기는 한데
지금
안쪽으로 많이
사일런스,
들어왔고요.
비트 스크롤,
빈센 스크롤까지 쓰면서 위치 좀 풀려 수 있나요 이거?
팩스는 리치를 때리겠다는
자, 리치.
했는데
자,
크리티컬
리치.
222 리치 전사와
결국 이렇게 되면은 돌려 보내는 것도 성공합니다. 이거 몰라요.
와!
A player's
와,
forces
자,
are under attack.
킬각. 야, 보이는 만만치 않네요.
저 그리고 크로를
와, 세
오.
들어왔어요. 지금 이거 박준 선수 안에서 할 수가 없죠. 박준 선수.
이러면
아,
템이 없잖아요.
이거 깔끔하게 죽어요.
이거는
필요 없어, 생각에. 붙을 필요 없이 그냥 핀로드 그리고 섀도우한테 마다냐 그게 제일 중요할 것 같아요.
섀도우한테 만화량을
박준 선수가 상당히 안 좋아요.
이거는
이거.
안 좋아요. 이거는 많이 안 좋은 게 맞아요.
네, 이거
많이
레이더가
안 좋은 게 맞습니다.
그거만 두면 돼요.
이건 많이 안 좋은 게 맞아요. 흰너드 상황은 쥐지죠.
근데 저거 버스가 수목도 잖아요. 저 와드잖아요. 네, 이거 일부러
네. 이거 기다렸다가
밀리처럼 살짝 돌고 있었던 거라고 봐야
그렇죠.
되고요.
자, 아래쪽 라인도 영웅들이 어느 정도 이제 비벼졌습니다.
제대로 봐야죠.
자, 거기다가 뒤쪽에 스로울들도 열심히 같이 싸워놓고 있어요.
그리고 지금은 장재호 선수 입장에서는
맞았어요. 자, 70 말씀하시는 순간 인구수 동률. 뒷라인 트라이어드 일단 뒤쪽으로 빠지면서.
자, 근데 이게 마킹이 빠진 상태이기 때문에 발란이 부정한 상태.
그리고 자, 위쪽.
저 스타를 차가지고
어디로
싸운다.
탔죠?
이거 싸움.
아래로 탔네요, 아래로 탔네요, 아래로 탔네요.
싸워요.
자, 위치가 썩 좋지는 못하고요.
자, 스탠드만 스탠드. 뒤쪽.
또 터진다.
아이 스탬피드를 저렇게 공격형으로 잘 보는데 이거 보시자.
네.
자, 이거
위치 기가 막히게 들어가면서 아직까지 보이를 쓸 수 있는 만화가
나이네.
이걸 살이 네. 자, 아직까지 프로디오가 살아있습니다.
유페이를
이거 빨아주고
그냥 영웅 쪽 그냥 써줍니다.
네. 크게 밀리지는 않으면서 오크도 잘 싸웠습니다. 끼고 있는데 근데 이것도 이제 가죠. 이거 죽으면
완성이 없는 딜이다 보니까
와야 돼.
이터를 쳐요. 이터를.
와야 돼요.
이거 그냥 무시하고
영웅만 때려서 어떻게 돌려보낼 수 있는데 영웅만 터질 것 같은데요.
이거 패독 나이프로 한 번에 다 먹을 수 있는 사냥법이죠? 잠깐만. 하나.
스틸은
스틸을 했어요. 브리스티로.
1.9, 1.7. 오!
자,
나요? 베놈 나이프.
미리 일단 딜을 해놓겠다.
네.
자, 이건 블링크 써가지고 돌아야 돼요.
그렇죠.
네, 이거밖에 없어요.
자, 유일한 일꾼 잡은.
오! 대포.
돌려주고 볼트 맞고 한 번 더 돌릴 수 있는 타이밍.
네.
또 원하는 플레이가 아닌데요. 그렇죠. 들어가서
야.
흡수 포션. 자, 강제 어택.
체까지 자.
강제 어택. 강제 어택. 안 되나 들어서.
딱딜. 생처리 스태프도 막 못쓰게 하는 그런 것도 있네요.
그럴 수 있겠네요. 다시 한번 베니시 걸리는 상황에서 일단 뒤쪽으로 빠집니다. 그리고 나서
걸린 상황에서 돌려고 들어가고
네.
하나전사 안티메릭 포션
이렇게 되면
힐이 들어가도 문제예요 지금.
생초리 스텝은
블랙으로 오히려 들어가가지고 저기 비벼주는 것도 괜찮은 방법이고요.
네.
자
그래도
돌고
해줘야 돼.
프로드메이션사
드라이어드와 탈론이 일단 GG.
Beyond the game, baby! We go into the second quarter final. It's the two strongest orcs in the world. It's Fly versus Lin. And if we talk about the strongest orc in the world, it's usually Lin from South Korea. But if we take a look into the Warcraft 3.info ELO ranking, then you might be surprised that currently that is Fly. You're muted, my friend.
True. When I checked out the matchup this morning, in fact, I was surprised to see Lin having dropped down to rank 7, but at the same time, kind of understandable. Lin has been losing quite a few matches recently, cost me personally quite a few points. Lost to Soen recently, lost to Foggy recently, still a lot of wins in there as well, but not so undefeatable anymore, it seems, whereas Fly has been looking really hot lately. One of his most impressive results, in fact, here was in WCG 3-0ing LawLiet, man, which was so insane. And looking at his, oh my god, I didn't even see this until now. His last couple of results were only wins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wins in a row recently since last month, beginning of last month.
He's an absolute beast, maybe the hottest player in the scene at the moment, winning also WGL Open Qualifier September. Not too bad. And of course, his performance is standing out. Not a single map dropped for Fly. Lin has lost the weird Orc Mirror against So. And here we have our picks and bans. Amazonia out, Terraner Stand out. So no Shadowhunter Pit Lord push is possible here. Lin fell to that against Soen, Concealed Hill, Twisted Meadows, Northern Isles, Lost Refuge, Echo Isles. Oh baby, please give me another full-out best of 5 between the greatest orcs on the planet.
Hell yeah. Yeah, the most interesting thing about that map pick, as you said, Shadowhunter Pit Lord, not something perhaps they want to face. We saw this before by Hitman over in America, a nice counterplay to it, but here it seems like the players may want to stick more to standard. Blade Master, Shadow, Raider Walker. This is like the one matchup where the orc staple has survived all the meta changes. You know, with 1.30 coming in, everything was mixed up, everything was changed, and nowadays these changes remain, in fact, in place in many of the matchups. But Orc Mirror remains the bastion, where Tier 2 Mass Raider Walker still mostly is the meta.
Mostly, indeed. But between the two, we've seen some skip barracks, some tier 3, some interesting shenanigans. So let's see where this goes. If Fly goes 12-0 into the semifinals, I'm gonna lose my mind. It's not supposed to happen, but we said that in pretty much every single match that Fly played here in the World Cyber Games. Lin, a previous WCG champion in 2011 as the second Korean ever. Fly was in the grand final against Infi. He won the first map in 3 minutes and then lost the series. Heartbreaking events in Chengdu. But another chance, last time in Xi'an. Neither of the players weren't even there. They were defeated in the qualifiers. Fly by Infi and TH. Lin by Moon and LawLiet. Time for some redemption here at the 2020 Connected Edition.
How insane this would be if Fly could keep up his insane run. Has Lin ever been 3-0'd in an Orc Mirror?
Oh boy. That is a very good question, dude.
I certainly cannot remember it, and if it happened, it was a long time ago. But Lin, he was unbeaten in this matchup for the longest time. Looked utterly bulletproof.
He was.
Oh my god.
Whoa, Farseer opening.
Farseer by Lin.
It was 15 months ago in a WGL qualifier against Focus, but you know, WGL qualifiers are oftentimes not the most serious competition. So
half counts, but only half counts. So.
It half counts, and dating back to 2016, I can't find another 0-3. Okay, Farseer, dude.
If Fly does this here, he basically defeated some of the best players in the world with every race. Fly, I think, especially shined recently against Night Elf, where he looked so strong against LawLiet. Of course, we keep on bringing it up, but also was one of the only ones in the world who was able to defeat Moon earlier this year, and seems to be very strong in that matchup with a variety of different styles. Also extremely strong against Undead. It's normally against Human, where Lin seems to be a little bit ahead, and also in Orc Mirror, where in the past, Lin seemed to be a little bit ahead. But at the moment, really, it's between these two. Who is the better one? And yeah, they haven't met each other that much recently.
Absolutely. You put it out before, if Fly wins here, he has beaten one of the strongest players of each race. He defeated LawLiet 3-0. He defeated Sock, the human player, 3-0. WFZ, not on their level, but he defeated that Undead as well, 3-0. And now the Orc Challenge is waiting. Mantle, nice for the late game for Fly. And what does this Farseer give you?
It's a lot of pressure potential with level 2. You can be quite aggressive with Shadow Hunter. Or, if you want to be really crazy, with the Fire Lord. But normally the big problem with the Farseer is he falls off heavily later. Once there's walkers with Dispel and Spirit Link, like 3 or so with decent mana, Farseer will have big trouble. So there's a lot of pressure on the Farseer to get stuff done early. And one of the things you can do is pressure the economy like we see here with Wolves, for example. But Fly seems to be ready with the peons in the burrows.
Mentioning Farseers, man, do you think Lin was watching some NA open qualifiers of Incinerator and Kiwikaki and wants to
create? Of course, dude. Like, NA is the place to be. Rarely will you see crazier games.
That is absolutely true. So far, relatively tame. Progress on the Farseer is okay. Level 2 on both sides. Plus 8 damage on Fly already. That's neat. Only a circlet for Lin. He can't cause that much distraction, right? Like, he's not catching the Blade Master in a fight. He's not doing any echo damage, but he's finding him now.
Yeah, so far this Farseer, I'm also not too blown away by it just yet. It's not the European style Farseer plus Headhunter, TC tier 3, berserk craziness. Seems rather moderate here by Lin.
Lin is oftentimes a very
Player's
greedy
forces are
player
under attack.
who wants expansions as fast as possible. So with that Farseer, do you need an expansion here as well? Is this Farseer TC against Blade Master Shadow?
Yeah. Okay, Farseer
Okay,
TC.
good. Thank you for that answer.
Interesting. So a fast level 3 TC can certainly be very impactful. But Org Mirror fights are usually very drawn out with the nature of speed scrolls reposition, heal scrolls, and especially Spirit Link will last a long time, and this is where healing is crucial. Shadowhunter will provide this, TC will not. Oh, and the Bestiary getting cancelled with the Farseer TC, which is a very momentum-based strategy. Losing that Bestiary would be painful.
Yeah, that is stopping the tempo. Remo's new favorite word. There's a storm. Oh my, so close. He gets it. Windwalk out. No, stop.
Dust,
Reveal.
dust.
He must have. He has. But where? Doesn't find him.
Oh, he passed over the dust. Both charges used. Windwalk about to expire, dude.
Oh, there's another one though. 2 seconds, and then he can use it again and can go to the fountain. Fly.
If he if he doesn't have those claws, by the way, that's not a cancel.
I think if he doesn't have the circlet, that's not a cancel, dude.
Yeah. Also true.
Okay, so without Raiders, Kodos, what do you do? How do you play this? How do you
Wait a
not
minute.
get overwhelmed
Flies at the red camp?
by
What?
the red camp?
Serpent wards?
We've seen this by Soin against Lin. But it was a little bit of a different game. This is... Oh my
Not
god.
exactly working out, is it?
No. Ah! I'm always getting inspired by these Korean casters, man, when I cast WCG.
Oi, 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 oi!
Oi, 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 oi. The best.
So, some wards are kind of cool.
Hmm?
I guess you don't need Hex as there's no Blade Master. This is taking forever to creep, though.
Just abandons. Well.
Gonna come back later, my friend.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna feel my
See
vengeance.
you later. Panel of Energy for the TC at level 2 immediately. That's great. Level 2 Wolf. That's pretty damn awesome as well. Walker
Oh
is
my God.
stuck in the base. Are
He
these
has
guys?
to kill 2 burrow. No, just 1 burrow. Okay.
Are these guys showing some nerves here? Big stage.
That still happens to pro players. Amazing. I mean, there's so much stuff happening. You're always tapping back to your army. You only go back into your main for 1 second. A walker dies to the creeps. Guys, what's going on?
A lot on the line, dude.
Forces are under
High prestige. Oh, Fly is playing on the edge, but seeing this is okay. Defending now. Ah, let's reset everything for a second.
Alright, creeping continues. 1 burrow lost versus 1 walker lost. The cost is very similar, I guess. But the later this goes, the better it should usually be for Fly. He's gonna have the hard counter to the Farseer's Wolves with the Spirit Link. Good scouting with the Peon as well.
players' forces are under attack.
Fly could attempt to go for a Jack over here, or he could just snipe the red camp right away. And that's the intention.
Okay, everything stabilizes a little, right? Fly's army should be a little stronger. Level 3 Shadowhunter around the corner. Lin, do you creep Jack here now? No,
He's
dodges.
walking in a circle around the map. It seems like he's trying to find Fly, but can't find him. He just went from the bottom right fountain to the left, to the north, to the right, again to the fountain, and he's not able to find Fly.
And he's also not creeping any spots. Like, he was next to the lab, didn't go for it. He seems like he feels he has to brawl now. But Fly is setting up a shop. Okay, getting caught now. Has to take this fight.
Gets 1 grunt right away. And the Stomp here not looking too bad. Farseer, lots of mana. Not summoning the wolves yet. There they are. Dispel perhaps a little bit late. And this start to the fight for Lin looking rather good, I must say. Getting further and further ahead in experience. Heal scroll used. Fly needs one as well. Where's that heal scroll for him?
The Serpent Wards were not attacking the Walkers for a long time. Lin repositioning now, and it's almost no damage if they attack the Raiders or the Grunts even. Lots of losses for Fly. 10 supply lead for Lin. This looks like the first map that Fly is losing in this tournament.
Yeah, Fly getting punished, I guess, for too greedy of a red camp creep. He took too much damage there, and then the fight ensuing after. Very, very painful for the Chinese Orc player. Blade Master's damage not quite high enough here to keep up with the Aura and Stomp, I guess. Even the level 1 Stomp there looked pretty good.
Yeah, gotta agree. The shop has been cancelled. Lin's army, definitely the bigger one. But still, I would say that Fly's army is scaling better into the late game.
Yeah, level 4 Blade Master would also be a big deal for that level 2 crit. Can still acquire that. And there I thought Farseer was a hopeless hero in this matchup. I was, for such a long time, hoping for him to return every now and then. But then I gave up hope and Lin now busted out again. Lin the master
Players' forces are
of
under
Orc
attack.
Mirror.
Maybe some items, maybe some mana potions, maybe the red spots, or maybe just a wonderful fight, or maybe just the end. Fly is losing more secure wave, but only for so much time as there is ensnares. Blade Master's not getting the last hit on the Raider. Lin should be able to take him out. Oh no, trades it against the Kodo. And, oh, does he though? No, and there was some losses in the late moment of that fight, and the Grunt still in the stomach.
Oh my god, great saves by Lin as well. Man, everything there so close to dying. Fly is about to hit big level ups here. Level 4 Blade and level 4 Shadow will both be very strong.
A player's forces are
Whereas
under
level
attack.
4 Farseer, I guess for the chain lightning it's kind of nice. And for the TC as well. Okay, actually, every level up here makes quite the difference. Very surprising, right? That Lin is so eager to fight before level 3 TC.
I agree. Now he has a mana potion. Maybe it was the pendant that gave him a little more mana, but Fly's hero levels are way better.
A player's forces are under attack.
And that's exactly what I mean. Like, heal wave, so good. I'm super surprised to go Serpent Wards too, by the way. And the Blade Master is gonna be a damaged machine in just a couple of seconds when he reaches level 4.
I guess with this army, it's not easy to kill the Serpent Wards if they're in a good position. Only the Wolves and the Farseer really have an easy time reaching that, but the Wolves usually get dispelled quickly. Very interesting game. Oh, Lion Horn here for Lin. Beautiful drop. And level 4 and level 3 they just acquired here. Now it's Fly, looking again to be aggressive.
It's only physical damage in Fly's army. And that will be reduced. But okay. Raiders do what they do best. Again, pillage not in time. Dude, this is... Yeah. Anyway, we'll give him some gold in the next attempt, but Lin is coming for a little bit of a backstab. Ensnare's flying always for the Kodo. And the big cow is lining up a nice stomp. Keeps one Kodo alive, but the second one is still there.
Yeah, Lin has more supply over here. He had 6 supply queued already. He's closer to his main. This seems very overeager by Fly, I must say. He's running out of mana on the Shadowhunter. He didn't even have a clarity or a mana potion heading into this fight. He has 1 heal scroll used already as well. That's pretty much all the healing out of Fly.
And he's losing so many units in this fight. It's unbelievable. Raiders are finding the connection to the Walkers and they're just slaughtering them. Level 4 TC has some stomp. This blade should be dead if the cooldown's off. But the big potion is there. But what else? Remo, what else?
Yeah, Fly just got slaughtered in that fight. Yep. That's going to be the second hero going down. Yeah, Shadowhunter dead. That is pretty much it. Lots more ensnares as well against this Blade Master, by the way. Might be able to kill him. Makes it barely into the Windwalk. But that's it, GG.
Lin wins an Orc Mirror with a Farseer, and Fly is losing his first map of the tournament. The streak, Grimo, is over.
Interesting game, man. Nobody plays Farseer anymore. It's supposed to be a pretty weak late game hero, but Lin makes it look very strong right there. Yeah, I also don't really agree with that choice of Serpent Wards level 2 over Heal Wave level 2. That was really missing in that big engagement in the middle of the map at the red camp. And for the first time in a while, it seemed like Fly didn't have the perfect read in the game of what he was supposed to do. And maybe that was the goal here by Lin, throwing in something weird.
To be honest, I think if Fly plays this without Serpent Wars and without the red spot, he still takes this. Because the momentum was on his side with the on Fly's side with the Beastery cancelled and all, and all the time wasted for Lin. Like, this was by no means a perfect game by any of the players. There's potential for both to improve, and the next one has potential for a lot of great items. It's Warcraft 3 slot machine. It's Twisted Meadows.
Hell yeah. This is the map, by the way, where Farseer really first was played a bit on the pro level, playing him hyper aggressively, putting pressure on the enemy economy, putting pressure on the Blade Master right away, and then going for a quick knockout punch around 40 to maybe 45 supply before the walkers were too strong. But this was kind of a different game by Lin. He was not afraid to take it late to up to 60 supply with heal scrolls and such. And I still feel Fly there was playing it too aggressively. If he just takes out one camp after the next, if he secures double level 4s, if he makes sure he's in a good position with decent amount of walkers, with double heal scroll, shouldn't he always be favored? Perhaps, but maybe Fly knows something we don't. Farseer first, was that just a one and off? Or might we see it again this series?
Twisted, though. Can work. Focus has played this a bit in the past. Helps with creeping, obviously, early, and that's usually something you don't really do until the mid-game stages. But then the Blade Master will be right at you. That's gonna be the one thing you have to do with the Blade Master early, is like scout and follow your opponent if that's a Farseer. I don't think so, man. And also, the Blade Masters here can get absolutely out of control with all the items here on Twisted.
Yeah, on this level, you can kind of always expect your opponent, if he's playing Blade Master, to be going for the lab creep right away with the Rock Golem trick. Question is, if you play aggressively with a Farseer right away, can you even do anything about it? Because if you can't, it feels like you fall so far behind in the early game already. And normally you come out with a Farseer, you split your wolves off to the side bases, and the Farseer goes into the middle, so maybe it doesn't work out with the timing. This could be a return to double Blade Master, where I think Fly should feel more comfortable, because again, this counter Farseer play looked a little off. I think he thought this Serpent Ward creep at the fountain was a really good idea until he noticed, oh damn, it's not enough. My Shadow Hunter is about to die. And then he had to fall back, and everything after that was a little offbeat.
Yeah. Yeah, there is, of course, this laboratory creep spot that you can do with the Blade Master pretty much only, so even the better creeping potential for Farseer might backfire. Where was it? One of the leagues we have seen in this matchup, Fly versus Lin, Fly skipping barracks early. Oh boy, did that backfire! That was a one-sided affair if I ever saw one. I really hope he learned and doesn't do that again.
Yeah, it's a really risky play. If your opponent plays aggressively, attacks you into the base with a grunt or two, and you have nothing yourself, forced to repair all that time, can oftentimes cost you the early game, and
the girl?
Just the early game, and soon after the actual game.
Yeah.
But I've also seen some games on smaller maps like Last Refuge where a fast Blade Master harassing right away with a skip barracks can work out, but it always seems like a bit of a risk to take. So we hear the music playing. That means we're about to head into our second map.
Let's hope nobody's losing his girl today. We have Fly in the bottom right-hand side of Twisted Meadows and Lin in the upper right. So the Chinese spawning towards the mercenary camp, Lin spawning towards the merchant. What's better here, Remo?
Yeah, I definitely want to go for an early Merc Camp creep during nighttime. Want to pull the camp, go for the Berserker. That should be a little bit easier for Fly. But honestly, Lin can just go to the Merc Camp in the north. That's also doable. What we see here as well is the Barracks creep lining up for the Rock Golem. So this does very much look like a Blade Master. In theory, you can also do it with the Farseer, blocking it in with the Wolves. But it's a lot harder to pull off. Especially in these positions, which aren't the easiest.
Yeah, this is a Blade Master game, guys. There's no chance that it's not. Or Blade Master here for Lin. And I'm pretty damn sure that Fly is doing the same. And back to standard we are. With no skip barracks, that makes me very happy.
Alright, very good. So, the gambling in the casino begins.
Oh yeah, baby.
They're putting their chips on the table.
There was a lot of
hoping
talk.
for it.
Oops, sorry, I want to cut you off. There was a lot of talks about Vamp Auras in the Night Elf Mirror. And oh boy, will there be a lot of talks about Vamp Auras when this will be found here.
Yeah, absolutely. Vamp Aura, the best find you can get. Boots of Quel'Thalar is also amazing. Subi Mask, also amazing. And then there's other items like Robe, which is really good. Lionhorn, which is also very, very good. And then there's the sad old belt, which is absolute trash, along with the Rune Bracer. So there's 2 very bad items. And the rest is all at least pretty damn good.
I thought you're going to the gym a lot. Like, don't you like this weightlifter belt thingy? Don't you have like a personal attachment to it?
Forces are under
Yeah, me. You know, I'm kind of a strength hero kind of guy, but these are agi heroes. You know, they're more like I
Like
know what they do. They're like
More like me.
Fly.
What?
The rock on it. Oh my god, is he bugged?
He's bugged, dude! Next level doesn't even take damage.
That was not intentional though.
Are you sure?
Not
Yeah,
100%.
very. I mean, I don't know. He's out of range of the burrow, but
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
next level, dude. Lionhorn, amazing.
It takes a lot longer to creep without the burrow though.
But it's cheaper.
It's only 33 gold from the south. And I forgot about the flute. That one's also not good, so not so lucky here by Fly. Pops the speed scroll. Finds the opponent at his own knolls. Gets the last hit. A lot of experience already here for Fly.
Dude, I really want to know if that was intentional or not. Can someone
think so.
ask? Huh?
Otherwise, the burrow would be in a different position, right?
What do you know?
Just using logic, my friend.
Logic.
Oh, wow. Already at the Merc so early. As soon as nighttime falls, Fly right away.
He just wants to lure them out and get his mercs, I think, and not creep it.
He can creep it as well, if he goes for both.
Can he, though?
Yeah,
Wow.
easy can. As long as the rock golem doesn't hurl boulders, this is easy.
All right. If this is scouted, this is also a relatively
what a scout.
easy creep jack. Wait a minute. No,
He got
okay.
it.
Yeah. Blade Master hurt.
Ooh. Lin stole that one. And that was actually level 2 for
So
his blade.
sick,
Nice.
dude. Yeah. All the grunts hurt. Fly has to move that away. The Berserker was expensive. There's way too much Windwalk for this Berserker to not die.
Players' forces are under attack.
Sacrifice the Berserker, so I guess... Alright, he used the speed scroll already, so there's no saving this Berserker. So at least Fly wants to trade it for a grunt. I guess that's smart. Oh, trying to deny it. Not gonna work.
That was expensive. Trying to get a grunt as a return kill. Okay, ambitious. Creeping this. That's a lot more damage on the blade. Threatens it around.
A player's forces are
Imagine if he
under
gets a
attack.
double grunts around there. That would be pretty sick. And the grunt is denied. Blade Master spent a lot of time chasing after that one. Didn't get the experience. And Lin gets far ahead in XP now. is taking a lot of damage from this camp, but he is the one who still has a speed spot.
Got it. And moves away without losing anything big, just a bit of HP. Shadowhunter out, Raider Walker, of course.
A player's forces are under attack.
It's not a tame early game at all, right? It's constant brawling, constant fighting over creep spots. We've seen this a lot more boring on Twisted in the early.
That's really interesting. Orc Mirror, always my favorite mirror. Lots of stuff possible with Ensnare, with Hex. Lots of tools for the players to use. But now a bit more creeping. Fly so far hasn't had the best item luck. Lionhorn now for him as well. That's definitely always a good item. Every time.
Yeah, in every matchup, for every race. Raider Walker here for Fly as well. Seems to be a little slower than Lin.
Not the biggest difference here so far, but we do see Lin ahead in experience. Okay, just by a tiny margin now. Lin is going to the Merc camp
A
again?
player's forces are
What's
under
there?
The item there is gone already.
Sometimes we see a late Berserker edition just for creeping. That doesn't look optimal. Oh wow, Blade Master even steals the little poacher.
I want that grunt also.
Sex. Good save. Okay, now things are slowing down a little bit. No Serpent Wards this time. Critical strike. Okay, okay.
Oh, Fly might be able to steal the Warlord though. Does he have the damage? Imagine if the blade now comes in from the opponent.
I mean, it's
Kills him.
Fly.
Dude, these... Another really bad item. Rune Bracers.
It's the second map, and we haven't seen a dead Blade Master on Fly's side.
forces are under attack.
So there's definitely potential for something. Oh boy, another creep tech opportunity maybe? Yeah, Lin wants to be the aggressor.
Oh, pick up the items fast. Okay, Fly got him.
Oh. Ooh, I thought he got the Blade Master there with the Hex, but counter focus. Blade Master gotta be so careful. Speed scroll committed.
Dude, that was so close to the Hex.
It was very close, yep.
And Fly doesn't have Heal Wave yet. Makes it very dangerous to go out on the map. Does have a Heal Scroll though,
A
unlike Lin.
player's forces are under attack.
Both playing around each other very well. This is top-notch map movement and playing around the creeps and each other.
Hex against it, well done.
Got the item though, got the circlet. Little frog picked it up. Really big experience lead on the Shadowhunter though.
A player's
Close to
forces
level
are
3,
under
that is
attack.
for Lin. Indeed, Dispel coming. And probably that's why he's pushing. Got a heal scroll as well, but we got that on both sides. No invul for Lin. Might open up the chance for a hero focus. Oh, that peon's coming as well. Lin really wants to end it here, doesn't he?
Everything's being brought in from both sides. Kodo gets off a snack. Also for both. A lot of damage on the Blade Master. Isn't he overcommitting on the blade? He's got a
little
big
bit.
invul potion. He's got so much bonus health.
Nice save on the Raider though. What's next? Now the Kodo focus, but not on Fly side, but there's 2 Kodo beasts for Lin and Spirit Link. Oh boy, that's a lot of EHP.
Played with the Raiders here very well also. Kept them alive for a really long time. Heal scroll now used on both sides. We don't have any of those anymore. That's a kill. That's level 3 on the Shadowhunter.
Uh-oh.
Massive deal for the upgraded heal wave. That was the first one. There's only going to be one more heal wave though for Lin. And one Kodo will be lost. Invul now triggered as well. Heal self should be running. But actually, Fly doesn't have heal selves anymore.
Yeah, this is kind of bad. And Fly also no level 3 heal wave. Again, Kodo focused on both sides. It was a nice little move by Lin to constantly ensnare the Blade Master so he couldn't connect. There was a lot of deeps dropping. Of course, we are closer to Fly's base, so the reinforcements are faster. But everything's so low now.
Very close. Level 3 and level 4. Double level ups for Fly.
Uh-oh.
Maybe his time to turn this fight around.
There's no Raiders for Lin.
Ensnare.
There's no Raiders for Lin. He's just taking it. The Shadow Hunter, how is he supposed to survive? There's another net, and there's a knife, and there's a and
Doesn't even need it.
Are under
Shadow Hunter.
The guillotine snaps. The neck is severed, and that is Fly now with a massive lead. Great fight by the Chinese, and Lin gets out microed in an Orc Mirror fight. We don't see that every day.
38 supply only. 10 supply down. This could be just tier 3 for Fly. But, oh boy, that's not tier
matter
3.
what.
That's an end the game inventory right there.
You could go to the enemy merchant, go for a heal scroll, and then force that fight. But we have Tavern Revive here by Lin. Army looking decently big again, but everything is still very hurt.
Yeah, and there's a clarity. But if that gets cancelled, this Shadow Hunter has nothing, and the Blade Master sees it. He attacks. 150 critical strike. Has to use the potion right away. Oh boy, this is rough. Fly comes in from the right-hand side. This is time to decide the game.
Going for the Raiders here right away. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade with a critical strike here. Secures it. Kodo coming in now for Fly once again. Big damage increase. He is at the shop. Lin was not able to get the heal scroll. Should be going to Fly now. He certainly has the gold for it.
Dude, Dedo, the Blade Master is almost a level ahead with 3 circlets. It's gonna be level 3 crit very, very soon. And Fly is just controlling the shop. I like it. Heal scroll. No invul this time. So maybe Lin's play is hero focus. I don't know how else he can win this. Maybe in his own base next to the shop with Boros.
There's definitely some Spiritling missing over here on Fly's side. We can see on the Blade Master and the Raider we don't have it yet. Speed Scroll to reposition the Kodo, but the net always finds the big pack beast. That is the #1 target. We have learned that by now. Kodo beast taken out, now going towards the Blade Master. A Dispel perhaps would be his end. GG is called, and Fly equalizes 1-1.
Oh yeah, the dominator of the group stage is back and ties this up. No 2-0, that puts him in a very, very good position. He's not facing 3 match points in a row against Lin, but a 1-1. And now, Remo, we haven't heard that in the first series, but we're pretty much down to a best of 3.
True. Truly we are. Verily, verily. Pretty impressive game by Fly, I think. It was a fairly even early game. Fly found a lot of subpar items, which was some gold for him, but not the big effect via an aura or something he was hoping for. He found 1 aura, but he certainly worked hard for it, and then he won that crucial fight outside his main. I wonder what the big deciding factor there was. Always hard to tell specifically exactly what's going on in Orc Mirror fights, as so many things are occurring at the same time. But to me, it really felt like Lin put way too much damage on the enemy Blade Master. He had triple circlet, big invul, and a gauntlet of strength, which is also another 75 HP. That guy was so super tanky. I think that certainly had to do with the fight they're going to Fly. And yeah, with that lead, Fly is not going to let you breathe for much longer. Twisted goes to Fly. So we move on to map 3 next, which is going to be Northern Isles.
If Twisted is the slot machine, then what is Northern Isles with the marketplace and all these grandiose drops? It's like the pawn shop, maybe.
Pawn shop, yeah. Isn't Black Friday soon? Maybe they're gonna have a special offer.
You think that's the case? What would be a very special offer?
Would be pretty funny, dude, if on Black Friday every item in the shop in Warcraft are half price. Boots for everyone.
I saw in other games that, for example, for Oktoberfest, they do some special things. But yeah, I doubt we get that in Reforged. But maybe Blizzard surprises us all. If some devs are watching, would be sick. But yeah.
Which item would be the most overpowered if its cost was halved?
Greater Mana. Katka's Pipe. I mean, if all the items got
Yeah.
cut in half, then it kind of stays that way. But you get the more expensive ones earlier, and with a bigger mana pot very early, that can absolutely decide games. And
I guess with the marketplace, it gets really crazy, right? Because there's so many items.
there's a
But
lot
let's
of
just
items.
say normal merchant and normal items from races.
Oh,
I guess the orbs. I guess for Night Elf it's pretty good. You can easily get triple orb of venom.
true. Maybe you
Doesn't
can
sound
play a
bad.
lot more with like a lot more town portals.
Yeah, true. Save a lot on those. Triple staff every game.
Mountain King with even more mana potions. You can go like quad shop.
Oh yeah, mana potion only 75 gold. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's a very good idea.
Let it rain claps.
Enough with the nonsense, Remo. Is there a special strategy on Northern Isles and Orc Mirror?
There certainly is.
Aha,
In
tell me
fact,
about it.
We've seen it from someone before. TC headhunters in general, headhunters, because of how well you can pull out creep camps and creep them with have a place in Orc Mirror. In fact, Soin was able to defeat Focus with that before, and Soin also was able to defeat Lin before. Not with TC headhunters, though. It was a different strategy. It was the Shadowhunter Pit Lord. But yeah, TC headhunters. It feels like against these super top dog orcs, though, it's dangerous to play because there's definitely some weaknesses to that strategy, especially before you get the critical mass, before you get the crazy high levels. But it's very, very entertaining, so I would love to see it, certainly.
Oh yeah, would be sweet. Lin is definitely capable of switching away from standard. He's done that many, many, many times. Fly, maybe not so much. I think if he goes off standard, then it's going to be some tier 3 stuff.
Yeah. Haven't seen that here yet. On Northern Isles, we do see it fairly frequently. There's a lot of safe camps you can go for, even if you don't have map control. And if you go tier 3, you kind of lose out on a bit of army strength, and then usually you lose map control. But in the corners of the map, at the labs, for example, maybe even at the red camp, you can still snipe some items with raiders and ensnare, of course. That's always doable.
All right, once again, we take some time to go into this game 3. This will be very important just psychologically. Whoever wins here has 2 match points in a row on Echo Isles and Concealed, I think.
LR and
LR. Lots of good items everywhere, pretty much.
Vetoing concealed. I wonder why.
Hmm.
Because of the red camp? Maybe? Always seems like a bit of a gamble.
We saw
Who
Concealed
gets
as the first
Overlord?
map.
Ah, right. Concealed was the first map. I know it was Terranas and
AZ.
AZ, yeah. Terranas and AZ, true.
But maybe Fly is hoping that he banned it after losing against the Farseer here. That's really unusual, man. Also quite a surprise. I like that he played that in the first map, so Fly always has to like look out for it. Is it possible that there is a Farseer again? Good start into a best of 5.
Yeah, I would like to see more Farseer play being incorporated into Orc Mirror. That seemed to be one of the matchups where it doesn't work out too well, but in the hands of Lin, everything can work. Are we going to go as crazy as TC Headhunters now? Or what are we going to see?
It was pretty strong. In the right hands, if you're careful, if you snowball. We'll see. We have the music. We got the game. The third game between Lin and Fly. We got Lin in the red. The upper right hand side of Northern Isles. We got Lin in the bottom left once again in the blue. So, Blade Master. Farseer.
It's
Shadowhunter?
looking very standard
TC?
so far.
Yeah, you can always start with Grunt opening and then transition into Headhunters. I've seen this quite a bit recently.
Blade Master, though, also a hero which works out well. Lots of items to snipe on this map. Marketplace to make use of. A marketplace that has a lot more offers than the one on Echo Isles. You know, the Echo Isles marketplace is kind of like your kiosk around the corner. It's got the essentials, you know, it's got milk, maybe some eggs. If you're lucky, they have a fridge, you know, but it can't be sure. Whereas here on Northern Isles, they have everything. It's like a big mall. They have everything if you show up there at the right time and if you've done some work before. Here you can really buy yourself crazy.
It's like the KDV or Heralds or something. Especially later, once the red spots are unlocked. So Blade Master. We hyped up special first heroes.
Yeah.
We disappoint
I was
our
worried about that
viewers
as well.
again. We are a constant disappointment. We're very, very sorry, but we can't do any better.
So are we at least going to have tier 3 this game? You know, when tier 3 first started becoming part of the meta, like 1.5 years ago in Org Mirror, I was very excited. I'm a big fan of tier 3, triple hero, orb, Torrens possibly even, but it comes at a big risk. You will lose map control
A player's forces
in the
are
beginning
under attack.
of the tier 2 stages, and you may fall further behind. If you go Torren, they might just get devoured, so yeah, seems still like a bit of a gimmicky strategy.
Yeah, we see Fly starting off with a clause of attack with criticals. Oh, both actually with crit first. That seems to be the new norm on Northern Isles. That we just start with crit. That speeds up the first creep spot a little bit, and then you grab level 2 on the green.
Yeah, min-maxing every little thing here that they can. Creep speed seems to be pretty much equal as well. If Hitman is watching right now, he's looking very closely who has better management of their heal selves, because on the top level, really, every little thing matters. And we see a slight deviation here. Fly, once again, going for the charged item. I feel like Fly is prioritizing these more and more, especially against Night Elf. We see it. Finds a replenish potion. That might be the worst drop for him, actually, but it's a bit of healing at least.
Yeah, you can save heals, save on heal self. You don't need a first clarity, maybe. And here's the text. The middle will be so important for invulns and heal scrolls, and of course the marketplace. We talked about that at length.
Lightning Shield fall in. With that, you can creep the Scorpions really well.
First circlet goes to Fly as well. There's not much left for Lin. Seems like Fly is always a little faster.
Big moment here at the Ogre Magi. Lin trying to steal it away from the enemy side. Fly is in position, but his Windwalk's about to run out, I believe.
Oh, gets it though. Has to wait 1 or 2 seconds and then he can use Windwalk again, but doesn't even need it. Oh, this is very, very tight game.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah, you want to make sure you don't get those camps stolen away from your side. You want to level your Shadow Hunter up over there.
He might not get the first circlet, but he got the first claw from the marketplace. Hello, plus 12 damage.
And with that, he can definitely solo the Ogre Magi up there. Good grunt positioning here by Lin as well. Ah, I thought he was looking at the Tuskar camp, but the grunt moved away, and that is now Fly stealing that away. So both thieves on the enemy side.
That's the reward. Went of mana stealing. Meh. In this matchup.
This is the speed scroll. Shouldn't he have used one salve rather for this? To make inventory space. Well, at least he comes back to the middle quickly. Ooh, if he gets the merchant, that would be a great snipe. That shouldn't be allowed usually too easily.
Oh, he's taking the entire thing as well. Blade Master's kind of busy. Whoa! Claws plus 9. Maybe it was a mistake to give up that expansion. Not
we can
using
see that one
Windwalk
as
here
well.
though. Reveal. The damage is crazy. Oh! Wow, Boots of Kel'Thalas.
Oh my
Last
God.
second. And now Lin is a little bit in trouble. Is revealed.
Both Blade Masters here. Crazy strong.
Yep. Yep. There's gonna be some big red numbers.
Plus 10 edge.
player's forces
Jesus
are under
Christ. Imagine if a Dark Ranger had that. Does it want more claws? How greedy are you, Lin?
Oh, dude! Tier 3, baby! Not even skipping too much. Both are going tier 3. I don't understand mirror matches, dude. But
Interesting.
what here gives them the call
A player's
to go for tier 3? Like, why? Why is it so in sync?
I'm not too sure either. The one thing I mentioned earlier, I think you can always find camps on this map, even if you lose map control. That is the one thing that occurs to me, but I'm sure there's more involved as well.
This is gonna
I
be
like
good.
Over Magi. Dude, imagine this blade plus 10 agi with Kodo Aura and Orb of Lightning, dude. Oh, Jesus.
We're just minutes away, Remo.
Very apt. Okay.
Oh, lame. We don't want tankiness. We want just more damage. Give us the glass cannons on both sides. That's what we want. Talisman on Lin's side. Pretty decent as well.
Can you see it?
Jack. Maybe the
that
item?
was so close.
Ooh. Level 3 here. Heal wards can be very nice as well. Fly. You see? Oh, another claw for him too. This is gonna get. This is becoming ridiculous, Rio.
I bought the claws, though.
Yeah.
Wait, he doesn't have inventory space anymore. Where's he gonna put the invul? He needs an orb. Is he gonna play without invul?
Glass cannon, baby. You can swap one circlet.
He found gloves as well. So now it's a problem.
Yeah,
How do
well-
I make my inventory perfect? I guess swap the circlet for the gloves.
Mhm.
All right, now claws plus 12, and then he's in a big dilemma.
Well, I think he would still appreciate that. Unholy Aura would be probably the best, I guess. Katka's Pipe as well. Medallion. That's pretty decent for the Shadowhunter or TC. What?
Blade's gonna go crazy. So do we get a third hero or not? Sometimes the third hero looks good, sometimes he looks underwhelming. We see
TC.
Lin here with a TC.
Do we have upgraded Kodos already? No TC for Fly yet. Oh
I
man.
sold the gloves. Is that really...
I
The
don't
wisest
like
thing?
that.
Especially with the Kodo Aura, that gloves is gonna have sick value.
Oh my god. This is plus
37!
That's not even upgraded Kodo, right? This
Oh,
can't be.
Jesus.
This is plus 31 without... Okay, he moved one claw over.
He's gonna have 90 max damage, dude. If he gets level 3 crit.
A player's force.
Yeah?
If he gets level 3 crit, dude.
It's 360 damage. Now a Vamp Aura, by the way, has insane value. Okay, here we go. They check their inventories. And they're like, what? You too? Fly's in a little bit of an issue. He has no Windwalk anymore. But oh my god, look at the damage already. 337 crit. But only for Lin. Fly doesn't have crit too.
Yeah, he needs more kills here. One more or so, and then he's gonna have it. Purge is coming through. Wants to take out the Raider. Stomps, attempting to be dodged as well as he can. There's another Stomp ready now. Scroll of speed, reposition.
Both close to level 4. Who's gonna get the next one? Lin with an orb. Both with an orb. That's level 4. They will pretty much double the crit damage.
Alright, who can crit better? Both around
270.
200.
230. This is so dicey now. Both with mana and snare, focus fire. There's of course no consumable here. Was all damage and Fly is losing the Blade Master. Classic.
All glass cannon, no protection, and like that, the first hero dies. The Kodo is lost. The purge comes through. Oh boy, that smells like a tiny great hall.
Yeah, like immediately. Doesn't even need a tiny. He could just expand like that. It does take some time. And maybe glass cannon isn't the way to go. Maybe you need some survivability as well.
Oh my god, Neo. What are these newfound words of wisdom?
I don't know, 2020 is the craziest year.
A player's forces
I gotta
are under
contribute
attack.
somehow.
Wait, where's the Blade Master? Did you Tavern revive him? Oh, that's almost a dieback.
Whoa, that could have been game right there.
That was a close one.
It was
a close one, Chief.
expensive, dude. That's the 6 supply that's missing at the moment.
And now the TC is almost level 2, by the way. One more little green camp. He's gonna get to level 2, and with that, the valuable aura.
Yep. That's more damage. More attack speed. What? What?
Normally, most people think the movement speed is the biggest deal, but you say that's more damage.
Who cares about the 10% movement speed? I care about the
Plus
540
on the blade, dude. Jesus Christ.
Okay, can we get level 3 crit, please?
261. And that's a level 2 critical strike.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Fly is not ready for this fight.
Every
Not-
hit hurts so much. It doesn't even have to be a crit, but when it's a crit, dude, hallelujah.
Every high roll is a coil.
Yeah. His attack speed isn't too shabby either.
Yeah, Lin is eating Fly alive.
Yeah, no chance in this fight.
Oh my
He's gonna get a Kodo here, Flyers. That's not too bad.
Plus 40. It's been forever since I saw plus 40. This is so much fun. For Lin.
For Lin, yeah. I'm not so sure about Fly.
Eh. Now a
Pit Lord.
Pit Lord. Okay, Howl of Terror. There is, of course, the spell.
He's probably still plus 25 or something.
Yeah.
Plus
not
20. Okay.
Cuts the bonus damage in half.
It's a Kodo missing, so that's also a factor.
Yeah. Actually, kind of an even fight. I expected this to go to be more one-sided. No expansion for Lin. And we are at the 13-minute mark. So, can we get some items from the marketplace? More damage. Swap out the plus 6 claw with some plus 12 claw. That's what he needs right now, I feel.
Not a wise investment.
Who
How about some Skirted Bone Chimes? 400 Gs?
Wise
Huh?
people are boring. Coming in with your logic and stuff. We want the flashy plays. We want the plus 45 damage.
Plus 40, dude. Oh my god. 93 max dam.
And the one item
If
is
he
a
gets
tank
to level
item.
5, one more damage item, and he can actually have 100 max damage. 100 max damage.
That would mean...
400 crit isn't even too unrealistic.
Yep.
This isn't X-Hero Siege, guys. How is there 400 crits in this game?
Yeah, if he swaps out the talisman and gets a claw, he easily has a max roll of 400 on a crit.
That's so insane.
As I say, get the claw.
Yeah, he actually just needs a small claw and level 5.
I did the math on that, my friend. And he might need to be in range of a Kodo. It's crazy to me that Fly is still in this game. Alright.
He's got a Tauren now. I believe there's a second one coming. Wouldn't it be funny if the Tauren is a little hurt, Blade Master comes in, crits the Tauren twice, Tauren dead?
Yeah. Oh man, this is so nasty. It's a tele staff now. Interesting. To get, I don't know for what really. Mana potion, speed scroll, nice.
It's very rare nowadays, compared to years past, that the Blade Master just completely rules the late game. Especially against Night Elf, it's usually the Shadow and like the Shaman doing the big deal there, and maybe Mirror Image for distraction. Against Undead nowadays, we don't see that high of a Blade Master level usually. But here, it's the Blade Master show, man. Hell yeah.
Lin with an expansion now. Fly not following. Both are break. Oh no, Fly is not breaking upkeep yet. Pulverize, and now with the next Tauren. Goes for it. Okay, Pulverize ready. There's some claws on the Pit Lord now as well. That's some good extra damage. Wand of Illusion for some more tankiness. Can we please get the level 5 blade and the 400 crit? Love the illusions, but that was a little obvious. Can just be dispelled. That's exactly what's happening.
Walker taken out right away. Yeah. Illusions dispelled. Kodo in the back might be getting taken out. We have Ancestral Spirit as well. Walker's being revived. As long as there's mana, of which I suppose there isn't that much. And now the Kodo's getting taken out. Oh, that's the bonus damage going down, unfortunately.
Yep. On both sides, Kodo's out. Oh, well, there's one left for Lin at the moment, but not for much longer. We switch the focus here, though, onto the Shadow Hunter. There is an Invo Potion TC also, dropping kinda lowish.
Wait a minute. No way, Fly. These
looks
Taurens
This
are
looks
helping
good.
out a lot, actually.
Yeah, not this TC, though. Not the chieftain of all the Taurens. He's getting slaughtered by his own kin.
Oh, Blade Master getting stun locked and snare locked, and he's dead.
That 2 crits there. Oh my.
Wait, he can surround him.
Insane
He can
sword.
surround the other Blade Master.
It's
Oh,
a-
the Pulverize!
What? Tons of damage. Can't commit. There's another potion. Blade Master is back though with that purge first hit. 4 more damage. Fly. What a comeback, Remo. The Taurens.
The Torrents for real, dude. And there's one stuck in the base, left in the base, not rallying with the rest of the army because Blade Master died.
He was just resting, you know? He was charging up for the final fight.
Both Blade Masters close to 5.
Yep. Lin is 0.1 away from a 4-time damage multiplier on a plus 40 Blade Master. But the cleave, dude, is pretty damn good as well with the plus 9.
Oh, aiming up the Blade Master here once again. The Shadow Hunter, the healer, isn't here.
Ed's there. Is this the end here? He needs healing. Somehow there is none. And that's level 5 for Lin. Gimme 324. Give me more. Just give me more. Ah, not
Kodo got up a
progging.
Devour on the Tauren. That's a big snack. Alright.
Where are the crits? They're not
Out
progging.
of 308. That's with Howl of Terror, by the way.
Yeah. Hex against him. Keeps the Shadow Hunter alive. How can Fly do this now? Lin do this now. 38. He has to rely on his Sane Sword. 3 crits in a row on important targets. 336. And everything
the
is over. The
Pulverize, though.
Pulverize. The AoE is surreal. Level 3 on the Pit Lord. More AoE with the cleave.
Blade Master, if he gets the Purge on the Shadow Hunter, maybe that's a kill. Oh, what is this game?
Yeah, seriously, what is this game? TC back in the fight. Has a potion.
Shadow. The Shadow.
Oh.
Wait, Windwalk. Why doesn't he Windwalk? And
There-
goodbye. Oh, heal wave last
heal wave
second.
last second. Needs a potion. If there's a crit now, though. Needs a potion, needs a potion, needs a potion. Goes for the mana, the madman.
Speed. Oh, what's he doing?
Oh!
Drops it on the ground. Are you insane?
What? No way, he hexes him. He survives, and he's taking this fight. What? Zeppelin, maybe. Hex, though. TC comes in, blade splits his head. Level 3. Oh, no. Was that a little bit too beautiful?
Oh, that
Fly.
should be the next hero kill. And
Oh,
snares.
no.
Come on, one more crit.
Oh, no.
One more crit.
What the hell, dude? What
That
just happened?
That was amazing, dude. That was so much fun. Can we please force the players to play tier 3 every game? That was beautiful. A Blade Master who was close to 100 max damage just decapitates the opposition.
Ah. Oh boy, so sick. Lin with match points.
Dude, if Lin doesn't, if Fly doesn't mess up that top left fight so much, though, if he has a third hero faster himself, Those torrents might take over the game.
Yeah, that was...
Pulverize is pretty good.
Both fights, right? In the middle and in the south. Like, it showed you don't even need too many torrents. Like, 1 or 2 was enough.
Yeah. If the Raiders ever get in range, they just get slam jammed.
Yeah, they're not fighting units. They are basically down to utility units if that happens.
Yeah, they're ensnare bots.
Oh, looking forward to the next one. Game 4.
These players today in the mirror matches showing us some very close games. Lin now with the lead. LawLiet was able to take the 2-1 lead earlier, then Colorful came back. The time already for our 4th map, Last Refuge.
Last Refuge has provided us great games, tier 3 games as well, and big items as well. This goes for the next 2 maps, actually. Well, tier 3 on Echo Isles, maybe not that likely. But Last Refuge, possible.
Is there anything weird we might see on LR? It seems like such a good Blade Master map.
Yeah, it's very,
Seems
very
like it's
rare.
very hard to say
Like,
no to that
The
guy.
craziest thing I can imagine is maybe a Farseer opening again, but that's about it. Maybe one
Farseer
player.
Headhunters, man. I'd love to see it.
What?
Farseer Headhunters. I'd love
Ah.
to see it.
Rah, rah, rah. Obviously.
Roar. No, the Berserk is more like roar.
You can add Kiwikaki style some shaman onto it.
Was he playing Shaman?
Kiwi?
Wait, isn't he? He's playing against. Is he playing against Hitman again? No, he's playing against Cruncher, right?
Yeah. High stakes now. That would be so brutal again. What a tragic day this could be if after a 9-0 group stage, Fly gets eliminated here.
He is going up against Lin in an Orc Mirror after all.
That's what's happening.
Yeah, he's
wasn't
bringing him
too
to the
sure.
brink. They're bringing both each other to the brink here. I think this is a great Orc Mirror here we're seeing so far.
Super fun.
Concealed was a little off. That definitely wasn't Fly's best game, but the other ones have been really close nail biters.
Speaking of nail biters, we hear the music. It's time to bite some nails. If you're a Fly fan, you're fighting for your life right now. And if you're on Lin's side, the semifinal is calling. The first time since 2012, maybe? 11? Not too sure. Definitely 11.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
There we go. Fly in the red, upper right on Last Refuge. Bottom left. Fly, Lin in the blue with match points.
Lin could afford to bust out a bit of a wacky strat. So popular in Europe is the Farseer Headhunters. In Asia, hardly played. However, we saw it attempted rarely by Lin. It was that crazy series against Moon in WGL. There's no barracks yet, bro. There's no barracks yet. That peon is on lumber pretty damn early.
Oh, really? Really, Lin?
Is it? Oh, wait a minute.
It's
Is that a
either a
Farseer tech without barracks?
Yeah, could be.
Ooh, I love this. Fly playing standard.
Yeah, you should. Blade Master again.
Oh, there's even room behind the altar for a shop. That's pretty cool. Oh, just Blade Master for Lin. Okay, Blade Master, no Burrow tech, and no barracks tech. How do you like that?
Well, it's not even a tech yet. When I saw it the last 3 times, it lost the game. All the time. I mean, with a blade you can creep decently, Does it even give you that much? What is this? And that's 500 gold.
The nice thing on this map is you can go for a circlet and be aggressive towards the enemy main quickly. Maybe even get double circlet. Although I suppose Fly will be going for that quick himself.
It's the fastest tech possible. Yeah, probably.
Getting
Okay.
the barrel first. and then
Okay.
the barracks. Okie doke.
Late barracks. Okay, where do you go for creeping now?
Yeah, Lin, I think they both can't really creep. Like the green camps at most, like the high priest camps. Because for everything else you take too much damage and you don't have healing here in the beginning. And here we see the high priest trick. If you use the blade master properly, he doesn't use his spells, and then this is easy.
Are under attack.
Sentry wards, very nice.
Here's a shop as well, so okay, the builds even out. He's not completely skipping the rags, which is nice. Replenishment.
So the fast tech, of course, gives him a faster second hero and faster end snare and spirit link, which is very nice. He could also go ultra greedy and go super fast tier 3, but that would be quite scary.
Going for some combat items now. On the other side, mirrored creep routes, as it oftentimes is the case. They know what the other is doing. And just a little bit of a warm-up after the hectic late game on Northern Isles. Taking things a little slower now.
Double circlet for both. The replenish now. Very nice. Always the worst feeling when you start to replenish, suddenly you get backstabbed and you're like, oh. 200 healing missed. Oh, there it is. Did get a bit of healing out of that replenish, but not too much.
Both duking it out here with 2 circlets would just be luck. So rather not. Ooh, that's a good ward by Fly.
Yeah, mirrored on the 2 sides of the map. And with that, I guess you can creep the null camp over there pretty easy with detection. Oh, but also great grunt scout by Lin. He's gonna see the Blade Master moving through. Unless he's windwalked? No. Oh, he even cancels the healing. Damn, Lin. That is the game sense these players are operating on. He's like, maybe you're gonna be walking over there with the Blade Master healing up right now and I can cancel it.
Yeah,
That's just...
maybe I can get 30 gold off of you. And prevent a little HP.
A
Shadow
player's
Hunter
forces are
on
under
both sides. Creeps the rest of the camp for crit is Fly. And Lin with his Blade Master is trying to find some stranglers maybe here. It's rare to see. Peon harass.
Yeah.
Was looking for some buildings, but there's no tier 2 building yet.
A town is under siege.
This is a big risk by Lin.
I mean, he has
he's
the fast
doubling
attack
down.
already. Yeah, exactly. He has the fast
Exactly.
attack already and wants to get his tier 2 units even earlier.
He must know he's falling behind and creeping, though. He pops the speed scroll, hoping to arrive in time for the big boy, but not quite able to do so. And there's still a sentry over here. Doesn't seem like it's very worth it for Lim. He's definitely far behind now in the Blade Master XP.
Yeah.
If you get that last hit.
Oh my. Maybe the claw. Oh, he's not looking! Was busy somewhere else, maybe with the tier 2 buildings or something. Got the ring. Oh no, Fly got the ring.
A player's forces are under attack.
No, Lin got the ring, sorry. But yeah, level difference on the blades.
And Fly only needs to steal one more little creep, and then he's level 3, and then he can roam around for a long time. Shadowhunter and Raiders can be a threat to harassing Blade Master, but normally you need at least 2 Raiders and the Shadow Hex to be really dangerous. Plus, you do need a Dust kind of with that as well. Oh, low damage roll. That was unlucky for Fly. Doesn't get the level up there.
Still no crit. Okay, there we go. Now the Shadow Hunter gotta be a little more careful. Use the Hex, prevents the damage. More right clicks. Wait a minute. Shouldn't he move away? There's Windwalk.
Oh, they're about to meet here in the middle. Hex coming in. Blade Master comes out of the shadows. But Shadow Hunter also in a bit of trouble.
Oh, and snare!
Locks him down.
Didn't think about that. Maybe Critical Strike comes in for 84. Speed Scroll and Potion committed.
That should be one grunt certainly going down. The strength of Ensnare and Spiritling right now. Lin playing his strategy very well.
Oh, and snare again. Blade Master's super low, but here's the Hex. He can't use the healing. Oh, another Hex, and that's it. Level 2 Shadow Hunter. Blade Master also very low. Ooh, there might be, or there was a little bit of a difference on the Blade Master, but man, is Lin catching up now.
Yeah, Lin with that takes a massive lead into the mid game. Can creep camps away from the opponent now. Take the natural here. Blade Master, wow, he even manages to steal the ring. I guess Lin has, Fly has to take some risks now.
A player's forces are under attack.
At least the Shadow will be back swiftly.
Yeah, level 1. Yeah, is it worth it? All that mana for level 1 Shadow Hunter? Depends on how you follow that up, I guess.
Yeah, if Lin now can creep the merchant away, yeah, like that. Taking camps away from the opponent is probably the best way to play with this advantage. In the meantime, was finally level 3 for the Blade Master and the Lion Horn going up now to the lab. Very safe creep camp there. Hoping for that mana stone while Lin gets the big mana.
Okay. Fly, what do you get? Ankh. Okay. I mean, for Fly, possibly the best item on all creep spots combined.
Could have used it the last game, that's for sure.
Did he steal? Oh, double heal scroll away. This is a lot of healing, dude.
And now he can go for his own
Player's
shop.
forces.
Then
Yep.
he's level 3.
Yep.
And he's got the big mana.
Yep.
Oh, that's gonna be a vicious attack.
Yep. I absolutely agree. Little mana potion. Okay. But no heal scroll. What's that? Oh, it's happening
my
again. Double mana potion.
Oh, it keeps happening.
600 mana. No, that's not the case anymore. 500 mana. And the 2 heal scrolls. Unholy Aura. Okay, Fly's getting something. But that's freaking jackpot right there. He can't.
Level 3 yet, that's the big problem.
What can he do? What can Fly do?
Takes out the Raider early. That's a little more experience for his Shadow Hunter. He needs one more kill here for the level up. First big mana is popped, but he has another one after that. And with these 2 big manas, he can also spam Hex against the enemy Blade Master. But for now, it's Fly who's doing it. He gets another kill, and he does get the level 3 here, actually.
Oh boy. Can he somehow do it? First push committed, first scroll committed. Supply is kind of even. It's of course Lin's time to catch up now. But alright. This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
Ooh, what's that Kodo doing? Kodo's not in the group.
Oh.
Fly!
Oh. Oh.
Fly!
Oh. He's hungry still. Oh, no, he's not.
You can't afford mistakes like that.
Oh my, this is 7 supply swing.
That's a grunt coming back.
Fly feels eager to attack again with his 2 auras. Maybe that can even out. Getting the Kodo as a revenge. The big mana potion has been committed. And the heal scholar as well. Lin has no items anymore.
Fly doesn't have much army anymore. It's the 2 walkers, 1 grunt, 1 raider. Oh, the reinforcements are coming in.
Yeah.
Another Kodo.
What?
This one, hopefully, he groups this time. Going for the Blade Master. He's surrounded.
No way.
There's more healing for him.
If Fly wins a fight against 500 mana and 2 heal scrolls.
Lin has a lot of walkers, but barely anything else.
Yeah. It's almost nothing.
He can surround that walker right there.
Fly is
Yep.
catching up rapidly.
What the hell?
There's a heal scroll for him as well. With a bit of a lucky crit. I don't think there's a heal wave. I'm not 100% sure.
Blade has to be careful. Disenchant's coming through. But the Kodo for Lin, God of a Devour. One more Raider will be going down. Supply-wise, we're pretty damn even.
What? Wrong
That double
army
aura.
composition by Lin. Double aura. And great fights. Except this one Kodo hiccup.
A player's forces are under attack.
Blade Master solo creeps up to level 4 now. It's gonna get another helpful item here, probably. Hells yeah.
That is indeed a helpful item. And slowly but steady, we're getting into dangerous damage territory with a plus 20.
Dude, if Fly gets the next red camp,
Yep.
there is a Peon Scout up here, so it's gonna make him a little apprehensive.
Risky. Maybe he can just snipe the ogre.
Snare. Yep, that's a surround. Claws plus 12. Okay.
No way. No
Okay,
way.
bro.
And all of a sudden, Fly is the favorite on this map.
There's still the Merc camp left. No, wait, he sniped that before. That was the
Yeah.
Lion Horn.
Lionhorn. Oh my god. Lin checks the inventory now. It's like, are you dude kidding me?
Yeah, Lin only has 2 circlet and 1 ring on his blade. That's looking a lot weaker. But he does have Wand of the Wind. That can be very good. Mana on Fly's walkers isn't that high. Alright,
Okay.
off we go.
Do we have any consumables? Mana potion and Wand of the Wind for Lin. Mana potion for Fly. Damage, of course, a lot higher for the Chinese.
There's that Wand of the Wind. If he wants to truly commit to this fight, he has to use it.
Not yet. Hold on to it for the very important moments.
Flies an upkeep, by the way. Lots of reinforcements here coming in soon. Lin is far out on the map. It's starting to look a little dangerous for Lin. Quite dangerous, if you ask me.
Shadowhunter is getting mana back the entire time. It's not getting cancelled at all. The Walker's not focusing on it, even though he has so much range. He just wants to get rid of that Kodo. Now the Wand of the Wind, but immediately dispelled. That was the last bit of mana for the Walkers of Fly for quite some time, I believe.
But there's a shop in the back for
Yeah.
Fly. Clarity's running. Reinforcements coming in so fast. Now, Lin trying to run away with his tail tucked between his legs. Raiders chasing so fast with the aura. Ensnare's just waiting for the cooldowns.
Man, the Unholy Aura is so good. It's so good. Both hold on to their mana potions, but Lin is just losing more and more. Constant.
It's 2 Raiders going down right there. The Shadowhunter wasn't around to heal them up.
It's also Kodo going down, though. Oh, the heal wave too late. Lin is getting kills.
Waiting for the next Ensnare. GG!
Wow. Oh, 2 quarterfinals, 2 times full distance. Fly against all freaking odds. Unbelievable.
Double heal scroll, double big mana. Fly starts into that fight with a level 2 versus a level 3 Shadowhunter, and Fly holds on. Of course, the 2 auras certainly helped him out as well. The Unholy
Yes.
and the Lion Horn. But it's not like Lin had bad items himself.
Yeah, usually 2 big mana potions is victory. Almost always.
He got jebaited, dude. Got jebaited by the big mana pots.
I think so, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? But yeah, Fly withstands the pressure, withstands the consumables, and ties this up. So, the decision on your favorite map on Echo Isles.
Okay. This is pretty cool, man. Great mirror matches today. Great back and forth. Colorful, barely overcoming LawLiet earlier today. Now again, it's between China and Korea. The story here of WCG. Will it be the second Chinese making it to the top 4, or will Korea now follow suit? Fly or Lin? It's a neck and neck race. It's really, really even between the two.
Tomorrow, by the way, the show continues. World Cyber Games. We got Moon versus Infi. Probably the most hyped match in all of this. And what else is there, Remo?
1-2-0 versus Michael. An undead mirror. Where I'm sure, at least from one side, there's going to be a lot of beetles involved.
Yep, very, very likely.
Tomorrow, by the way, it's going to be Badu and Carson here taking over for one day.
Yes.
You know, they were begging us. They were like, come on, man, we want to do one WCG cast as well. We're like, okay, boys, you deserve it. Badu and Carson. Juggernauts of the American scene.
Absolutely. They deserve it.
It's going to be rough times for them tomorrow, by the way, but they are true troopers and will be providing here the next 2 matches tomorrow.
Okay. Can we provide you with the last map of the day is the question. Colorful is waiting in the semis. Lin or Fly will follow. The winner of the next match, of course, this is the time to just reset everything, to take a tiny little break, get some drinks, and get 100% ready. If you lose this, you're out. One map, once again, for $3,000. Just like it was with LawLiet and Colorful.
On War 3 Info, the bets were basically exactly 50-50, by the way. And the match here reflects this.
It's fantastic. Once again, taking some time to get this done. Dude, Equiles can be, once again, items can be so big. Whoever gets the big consumable, who gets more claws, shop control.
That heal scroll in the south is a really big difference maker. Spam that S key. Who's got the faster ping?
Lin had 2 heal. What does a heal scroll even do? Lin had 2 heal scrolls on Last Refuge. What did that do? Come on, Remo.
How did Fly not die right there? How did that even happen? That's pretty bonkers.
We have to watch that in 0.1 speed, maybe, to realize what happened.
Really fun to see these two here so evenly matched. This is sort of what we've been seeing over the last few months. Fly getting stronger and stronger. Lin decreasing a little bit. Of course, there was Lin's big highlight last year towards the end of the year where he won WGL, where he was by far the strongest player there. And at that time, by far the strongest player in the world in a grand final, 3-1 over Happy. At that point, there was no question who the strongest orc in the world was. But Fly since then has been improving a lot. And now might be overtaking Lin. Only orc to make it to the top 4. Who's it gonna be?
Well, I mean, there's gonna be 1 orc, there's gonna be 1 undead, that's for sure. 1 night elf guaranteed. Could be 2 night elves, could be 1 human, could be a perfect race distribution. If Infi defeats Moon.
That game is gonna be so sick, dude. Oh, Infi and TH have both stated that the Beastmaster is crazy strong nowadays. Night Elf versus Human. I wonder, are we going to see that? How much of it are we going to see? It's going to be a crazy best of 5. And Michael versus 1-0. What crazy strats is Michael going to bust out?
Yeah.
Pretty sure he's not going to try with the standard. Michael has been very fond recently of off-meta plays, especially Crypt Lord plays. And now, finally, China, at least some of it, has embraced the Crypt Lord.
Could both be going crazy stuff there. 1-0, definitely. A guy who can do it.
I know Todd will be watching that with great interest. Undead Mirror being his favorite matchup, especially when Beatles are involved.
Got a feeling that Todd is busy at that time.
That's what we have 3 monitors for, right?
4, if you ask me. Esports money, man.
Open up the phone, open up the smartwatch, 6 monitors, hell yeah.
Do you have a smartwatch? I can't see that on you.
I do.
You do? For tracking your calories and stuff?
No, it's just for when I work out. I use it basically only for stopwatch.
Huh. Wow, I never thought you're a smartwatch dude.
Yeah, it's basically the only thing I use it for. But it's so annoying, when you have to pull out your phone every time for the stopwatch. So that's, that's what I got it for.
Damn, you could use a stopwatch instead.
like hanging around my neck like a
Yeah,
gym teacher,
yeah.
a PE teacher.
Like Flavor Flav Sports Edition.
Look at that. Have a whistle in
A whistle, of
around my
course,
neck
as
as well. Warm up time, boys.
Oh, warm-up time. There was enough warm-up time for our two players here. Music is cute. Game has started. We are loading in to map number 5. The deciding map number 5. Who is making it into the semifinal? Who is joining Colorful? It's Fly versus Lin. Echo Isles.
All right. From a rather large map, once again, we move on to a very small one. Especially the creep camps here. Rather small in size. Not the biggest drops to find. We won't have auras here. We will have, at most, one big mana potion here. No crazy Cadgas pipe, anything like that. It's gonna be a lot of claws, however, possible. I forget, Neo. At how many camps do they drop again?
Remo, let me help you out because I counted them multiple times and it's a funny coincidence because it fills both of my hands. I got 10 fingers and there's 10 claw spots. That's how you can remember it.
Would be even funnier if it wasn't enough, if you had 12 fingers. Imagine, wouldn't that be a great oh my god, Shadow Hunter!
No
Let's hold
way,
with the
Lin.
nonsense for a second. Shadow Hunter? Shadow Pit Lord. That should mean most likely. I thought that was a Terranos special.
I thought so too. But okay, Lin found a way to make it work here. Wants to surprise once again. That's the alpha and omega story of this best of 5. Start with a surprise, end it with a surprise.
Super cool.
We'll see about that. It could just be hardcore punished if there's no progress on the Shadow Hunter.
Lin willing to risk it all here with that slightly off-meta strategy. But honestly, especially on ladder, but also on specific maps, this is very popular, this Shadow Hunter Pit Lord strat. Especially on Terranos, as we said earlier. Especially on that map, because you can creep so well with the Shadow Hunter, and Lightning Shield creeping can get up to level 3 very fast, Serpent Wards can be strong, and then on tier 2, with Spurlink and Pit Lord, you have a lot of pressure potential. I think it was Hitman, right, who told us many times that against Shadow Hunter Pit Lord, you cannot win with tier 2 Blade Master. What you have to do is go tier 3, mass, run-bys, hit and run, and buy the time until tier 3.
He played that so masterfully against Kiwikaki. That was flawless. How amazing this was. I'm still baffled. Every decision was just the right one. And yeah, if you build 2 towers in your base, then that push isn't that big, isn't that strong.
Ooh, last hit. Goes to the blade. And you know what? That's a heal wave first.
Oh, you know
That is
what?
no hex against this Blade
What?
Master.
And this Blade Master has a claw in the glove. That's pretty sick inventory, dude.
Game starts off rough for Lin. It's not the easy level 2 that we're used to on Terranos.
He
Not
did
the
this
easy merc
before in
support.
some big matches. Against Happy stands out, obviously. Deciding match of the best of 3. Boom, Shadow Hunter first.
Yeah, that was Echo Isles. That was a crazy game. Still remember that to this day. So who wants to chase who? Who wants to prevent the leveling here? It's a Shadow Hunter, level 2 Serpent Wars that can be very scary, fashioned into a push. Wow, that's a lot of claws on the Blade Master. Hallelujah.
2 already. That's so much
But what's
creep
the
speed.
Shadow supposed to do here? He doesn't have Hex.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he notices it now. He almost got surrounded.
So close, man. Heal wave on him. Blade Master's losing some HP as well, but he has Windwalk, and oh my god, speed scroll committed by both of them. There's another Windwalk. This could be the end right here. Oh, the backstep. Is it enough with the 2 claws? Nice sidestep by Lin. And saves him for now. Oh, but for how much longer? Backstep. Oh, the heal save was actually running for a long time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, the grunt though.
Well still salvaged.
Fly's grunts were kind of AFK for a long time. Might have been able to help in this.
I had a half
Oh,
a
and the
day off.
burrow's late. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Okay. TC second. Wait, what?
A player's forces are under attack.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. Why?
Like it's like, don't you need Heat Wave to hold on against the cleave AoE?
Well, not if you get every single heal scroll.
That seems so risky.
He doesn't get the first one, I believe. Oh, Fly, I don't really get your idea. Raider Walker.
Okay, okay.
Oh my. What is this game? Easy creep, of course, with a big tanky pit lord.
Yeah, very good experience here going to Lin. Lightning shield. With that, you can creep the Murloc super easy.
Also always nice to have on the pit lord for additional AoE. This is sharp. Is he pushing him? No. Just scouting, right?
There's the Just against the Blade Master.
Got it
Dude,
on
these
the-
grunts are all pretty damn hurt. Yep, exactly.
Get it on the pit lord. Who's gonna get the last hit? Would be level 2 for the blade? Nope, it's level 2 on the Shadow Hunter. Now that's Hex.
Needs to use it right away, but that's the last of the Shadow's mana for a long, long time.
Level 2 for the pity as well. That's Howl of Terror right there.
In the meantime, though, the TC is creeping super easy. Alright, Peon, can you steal some last hits? I'm afraid not.
Pit lords.
Imagine if he goes Shockwave first. Please don't.
Here's Aura. Yeah, Lightning Shield on the Murlocs, man. This is working out brilliantly. Usually you're
Fast creep.
afraid of using it against creeps or have it on you against creeps, but if it's your own, you get the experience, so it's fine.
Oh, Blade almost got the last hit, but not quite.
Oh, there's a lot of Windwalk though. He's going for it. He's
Wait.
getting low damage roll. No! Out of freaking nowhere. The assassin strikes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And that is all the wind out of Lin's sails. Well, I guess you can still level the Pit Lord now, right? So he's got that going for him.
Are you taking my argument, my joke argument now and using it on your side? Can't believe it, man. Stealing.
TC's level 3. It just turned daytime. Now he's gonna get the scroll.
That's a lot of pro arguments for Fly, dude.
Player's forces
Heal
are
scroll.
under attack.
Big invul went to him as well.
Blade Master.
He has double gloves and his DPS is off the charts crazy.
This Creepjack, if he gets a surround on the Pit Lord with an end snare or a stomp. Yeah,
Dead.
this could be it, guys.
Dead.
This could be it.
Fly was struggling after a 9-0 group stage. He was facing elimination. He had to win 2 maps in a row with match points being on Lin. But my god, this is a slaughter.
Can the Pit Lord get out? He needs to save the Pit Lord.
He has more Stomp. Boom.
Oh.
And there's more damage. Yeah, cameraman, not the right time. Here we go. Howl of Terror. Don't. Nope, doesn't work. GG. Lin out. Not in the top 4. It's a Chinese day today. As Fly does it. That strat didn't work at all for Lin.
Fly with another great result. He loses some maps today, but makes it through to the next round. Fly puts all his chips on red, gambles on the last map, and just like me, his gambles, me and War3 Info, his gamble does not work out. He loses all and drops out in the round of 8.
Yeah. 2 players that, if you look at the round of 16 at the beginning, we wouldn't have necessarily seen in the top 4, especially not Colorful, but also Fly wasn't in that crazy shape. He shows it again. He is the #1 orc at the moment, period.
Yeah.
And now he has defeated one of the strongest players of each race here at WCG.
And I think Fly against Night Elf at the moment is just absolute killer.
Yeah.
Against Orc, we saw it here. Against Undead, it always has been insanely scary. Against Infy's Human, I think that would be Fly's biggest challenge. It's going to be a match for tomorrow. Is Infy going to make it through? If not, Fly might be the top favorite for this tournament.
Will we get an all-Chinese semi-final with Infy and 120 added to the mix? Perfect race distribution calling, or can Korea strike back? They lost two of their strongest horses in this race, but the GOAT is coming tomorrow. Infy versus Moon, these two names alone give you all the hype that you need.
Yeah, Moon, it almost feels like Korea's last bastion. Don't want to take too much away from Michael. He's also going to have a chance. But let's be honest, that looks not very realistic if we consider previous results. But maybe the Crypto can provide some magic. But Infy and Moon, that is going to be the spotlight match tomorrow. I'm definitely sad I don't get to cast that, but I'm certainly going to check out the game, man.
Indeed. We will be here on this channel at noon Central European time, high noon. One of the best humans in the world against one of the best night elves in the world. We had to say goodbye to TH in the group stage after losing to Colorful. Will the human honor be restored by Infy? Or is it two night elves in the semis? And then, of course, the Undead Mirror of 120 versus Michael. This could crown the comeback of the player we formerly knew as Lucifer.
Yeah, if he makes it through here, this would really be quite the exclamation mark, which Colorful was already able to provide. Colorful defeats TH and LawLiet in one single tournament. Also a big story riding on him. It feels like still nobody thinks he's going to make it through to the next round, but that has been Colorful's story so far. Maybe he can keep surprising.
Definitely. There we go, guys. Tomorrow, 2 more matches in the round of 8, and then we have our top 4 players of the World Cyber Games 2020. The Connected Edition, about $25,000. We're just 20 hours away from the decision. I can't wait for the Koreans to do the goodbye. There we go. See you tomorrow.